No worries, Forsaken Kings. People were asking about you yesterday, which was kind of nice. Actually, people were kind of concerned if you had to go to the doctor or something, and then they were like, no, that wasn't him. That one. Hmm. Okay, you're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Well, I don't get paid by them or nothing like that, but I was able to get a pretty good dealio. I was just swapping out card. Alright. Compass. Direction. I got a compass. Cat fights. Yeah, we can do a reading for you. Glad you're back. Oh, Forsaken Kings, damn. That's a big, yeah. It's nice to know that we can survive something, that's for sure. Like some kicks our ass, that's for sure. But we're still moving. I haven't given up is what I mean. And I think that's a show of resilience. I believe that is for each of us that experience it. That's who we are, that's our character. No matter if it was a job, a friendship, or anything else that we took dearly, that's kind of effort and drive that's going to go into our deeds into our consideration. That's actually interesting for Sapien Kings because I when I make connections with people, I wind up I'm pulling cards by the way for you, Cat. So I hope you don't leave. Um, Yesterday and today, especially, I was feeling like a bit extra zapped on as far as like weakness goes. Like it was interesting. Like that's not normal. I've learned how to. I've been in situations where I didn't have much, so I had to, kind of ration my food for a while, and then, well, I was anorexic. I was when I was a kid, and so that helped me kind of be able to go a long time without food. So being able to ration and go for a long time without food essentially allows me to not do much. Like if I have to last a while without sustenance, without incoming stuff, then I'm just gonna ration things out and not do so much physical work. And it's just kind of interesting. I do believe that somehow there is energy distributed balance. I really don't see our interactions as singular, even though they are. But like that taxing on the body, it, I'm just speaking for myself. I'm not telling you what to do or anything of that sort. No recommendations, but I got to a certain point in my life, and where like you'll break your back for somebody, like you bend over backwards, and literally like fucking get an injury so that you can actually help somebody, like in the process of helping them. I mean, and I got to a certain point in my life where I started seeing particular individuals who literally broke their back helping too many people, lifting the wrong way, bending over the wrong way, lifting too much weight, whatever the case, like maybe maybe it was their wrist or their elbow got a hit and it was injured. It just kept pushing, kept pushing. Any regards, I'd see how these kind of effects really broke people down, and in their older years, in their later years, they weren't able to. They were really restricted from that injury, and so that's when I was like, that's when I just couldn't continue like I had been before. But I'm not saying that's where you are or anything of that nature. But certainly building the body, lifting. I've used my jobs in my youth and in my current things I do help people or whatever. I use it to build my body. And a lot of people they'll be like, "Work smarter, not harder," and I'm like, I can't explain it to them to where they're going to understand that I'm literally using the job, the lifting and everything as my personal gym. I'm doing your job, but I'm building my muscles. And they don't see that I'm actually working smarter, not harder. Alright, Cat, you still here? Yeah, of course you are. Alright. You hear Cat? Cat fight? Cool, cool. Um, and before I move on, I've got these cards right here Forsaken, in simple terms, I'm going to start praying for you. I'm going to start sending energy your way that you can leave that job. I don't know, somehow, some way, maybe something can work out to where you're not working there no more, and whatever you need as far as, roof and food and ongoings with your life or family or however you got that going, may that be provided for and somehow be taken care of miraculously. I don't know where, who, how, or when, but if you're at a job and it's breaking your body, I say don't stay. Get the fuck out of there. So I'm just going to send you a lot of good energy, and hopefully maybe that'll just do enough, and something beautiful can happen before that event happens to your body at that factory. Anyways, cat fight, move along, cat fight, so cat fight. We have, for the first card, Three of Ankhs. Celebration, reunion, friendship, gathering, joy, festivities, enjoying success, teamwork, and partying. Complete fun, complete enjoyment, work completed. The next one was Warrior of Scepters upside down, which is arrogance, recklessness, hyperactivity, hastiness, overconfidence, delays, lack of discipline, deranged, maniacal, and frenzy. We have two completely opposite groupings here. Complete joy, festivity, celebration, to the complete opposite. Deranged, arrogance, hyperactivity, things not exactly aligned because of overconfidence. So there are things, there's a hot and a cold going on somewhere. A hot and a cold, a hot and a cold, a hot and a cold. And it's been hard to strike a proper balance between life. And the next one, Juchimen Kanji Zaibozu is that a gentle guide of all directions to those lost wandering the demigod realm. Stay prepared, better your relationships, and make resolute decisions. We are filled with so many complex emotions, and sometimes negative emotions get the better of us. When we get hurt, we sometimes lash out at others, but lashing out at others also hurts us and wastes so much precious energy. Don't let negativity sink its way into your heart. Cut ties with negative emotions and instead work on repairing your relationship with others. Don't worry about being different from others. This is the natural way of things. It is important not to hold grudges, but to forgive and give space to yourself and others. Jorchimen Karnen is one of the six Karan saviors of the wandering lost in the demigod realm. On the top of her head is Amida Naorai, and the other 10 heads are facing different directions so that Carmen can find those who are suffering no matter where they are. The faces have different expressions as well. The enlightened face of Amida Naorai, the gentle serenity of the Bozusu, angry scowls, smiles of joy. One of the blessings of Askaden is helping us reach enlightenment after we pass on to the next life. We will have long, full lives, and in our final hour, we will meet the highest Naorai. Juchimen Kadnan guides us not only in life, but also after death. The blessings are sound health, recovery from illness, and adoration. The mantra, I'll put it in the chat. Yeah. Om Mahakarunkarya Svaha. Om Mahakarunkarya Svaha. Om Mahakarunkarya Svaha. And so truly from that hot and cold, from that, it literally mentions it, it says angry scowls and smiles of joy, literally right in here, which is exactly, practically the joy and the angry, like, that kind of stuff's just, that just touches my heart. And this behavior could be coming from others. And that's where Juchiman mentioned, where it mentions to make a decisive, to make, what is the exact wording here? Make a resolute decision. Make a resolute decision so that when you are presented, when somebody comes to you with one of these types of energies, well, then you know. Sometimes they may come with joy and celebration, and you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. We still got stuff to do. What you thinking about, bro? Like, and to be able to understand each moment for what it is, from who it's coming from, and being able to make that correct decision. Let's see here. And this is a reality. We cannot change our past, but we can change the future. Heck, we may not be able to change the present. My experience, if I just found about some new kind of thing for the first time in my life, the first time I'm dealing with it, loss. It's a loss. I'm scrapped up to a loss. Somebody's gonna test me, they're gonna quiz me, anything. I fail on purpose. Fuck your goddamn test there. Try to get a read on me, mother. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll fail your test me on purpose. I'm gonna skew your goddamn data because that's all you're gathering on me. Pay attention to your progress and keep up with yourself. You are the recorder of the wisdom of your life, of the events of your life, of everything you learn. You are the best teacher you could have. But if you don't keep the information, so it's a lot harder to gain back. But in mentioning that I can't change the past, even the present situation, I'm not going to win it. I can't, I'm already trailing too far behind. So I'm just going to fold that hand of my cards at the table. But I know in the future, it happened in the past. It's happening now in the present. Well, then it's going to happen in the future. 1, 2, 3, click, click, right? So then in the future, when it comes up, I'm going to hit that mode right from the start. The moment I fucking see it, I'm going to gain the advantage. A motherfucker never going to know what they had coming. And they never going to know either, because by the time it happened, I'm already going to be gone. I didn't even, by the time my work was finished, people just noticed. They're still trying to figure out, what's this guy dressed as? I'm pulling up YouTube here so I can plug in the mantra cat. There we go. Uh, Perfect Forsaken. I appreciate you mentioning that. Alan, I have a GoFundMe link on my YouTube page. If people would like to donate, that's cool. If not, oh well. But I tell you what, I appreciate your comment. Everybody must have a mother. And I've found a mother in complete strangers. Some of them were younger and they were dudes, and some of them were women, and some of them were, just a friend or whatever, but they embodied being a mother to me for a moment. They brought me when I would be out of town and my mom was alive, she would send me these care packs. I'd be in a situation where, like, this is when I was like, I don't know, I was like 12 or stuff like that. I was a young kid. I go out of state for a while, for a month or two, and like just for a month or two, and my mom knew where I was, that things were not good, like as far as like money goes and stuff. So I didn't get a lot of extras or anything. I had a good time. I was all right. I had food and whatnot. But I remember my mom, she'd send me like a big old box. We had to go to the post office to pick it up, and it had freaking candy bars and chips and all sorts of cool things. I was so happy. And so nowadays, like things happen, and I wanted to keeping a roof over my head, or I get some snacks or some treats. Some people's ordered me pizza and whatnot, had it delivered. And it's just like my mom's around. It's like my mom's at work. So I'd rather live like that than go to a job. Peace, my peace is important to me. And other people, they haven't found that value in life. Without finding value in life, then you just treat it like an object. This is why, like mothers who've had children, mothers, and it's different because you've actually had life grow within you, and so you have a different connection. But when we're young, before we've experienced life, before we've experienced things of those kind of magnitudes, then things are objects. People are objects. People don't have emotions. I have emotions. That's how we think when we're younger. That's how that's not how I thought, but I knew that's how other people thought because that's the way they acted, regardless of what they said. Empathy, sympathy, I don't give a shit. Either you feel emotions, which means you have consideration for more than yourself because you know the pain and you don't, you're just like me, you don't want anybody else to go through it. We experienced it, man. Let's not repeat that mess. But people who haven't been through that, and some who have, they treat life like objects. And when you treat life like objects, well, then you're just going to eventually throw it in the garbage one day. You're just going to break it one day. Just going to drive it too fast and smash it into a tree one day. And that wasn't a car that you did that to, it was somebody's heart. Not you, but you feel me. You understand, comprehend, because you've lived it. And that's why I have zero tolerance. Fuck tolerance. Fucking take tolerance and shove it down and goddamn throw it in up their goddamn ass. Fuck tolerance. What I understand is that good actions produce a happy, positive environment for others, and bad actions produce a shitty motherfucking world that causes people to do all sorts of ugly things. And it is my responsibility for my own environment as much as I can to affect it in the way that I know best, and to each one for their own, or not, if they care or don't. The things that I think about my life is my life. I can't control what other people do. Other people are not my responsibility. My choices and my actions, that's my responsibility. Oh, you should do this. Oh, you shouldn't do that. The, that whole sentence was invalidated. It's no good. In my book, like, it's less than air. There's zero. It doesn't count. Because I know what I need to do. I know what I'm aware of. I know my life. I've seen my whole past. Anybody else in this room, unless you got magical superpowers and you've been watching me since I was a baby, then you have not seen my whole life. So then how can somebody make an accurate evaluation of my life? They can't. They can't. It's impossible. The same for you. The same for each of us. We cannot evaluate somebody else's life. We cannot tell people what to do. We can simply live our life, set the example, and pray and hope, and just maybe they pick up a good idea or two from us. People have spent millions of dollars to promote individuals to sing, to perform, and to do things simply to cause chaos. They keep them out of the worst of penalties because this person will continue to cause chaos in the world because that's what they want. Last time I checked, there was a book and it said like something. I probably don't. I'm going to get the words wrong, but it said something like, "Pay attention to their actions." No, that wasn't in there. It was, "The works of their deeds are that of their father, because they're the children of their father." Some shit like that. What somebody does, that's who they honor. That's who they serve. Fuck the name that you're saying, and screw the nice shiny suit you got on. It means nothing. It means nothing. Your heart is everything. And a pure heart will make you shine no matter what you're wearing. My mom told me if I could take the word you, me, and I out of the sentence, I'd be a great speaker. And that's for you too. Taking that word you out of the vocabulary. I'm not talking about me and I relate to me and I all the time. That's personalizing for me right now. But taking the you out. Oh, that'd be kind of funny. So I got the iPhone, right? I keep looking at myself on my iPhone. But they must have the U phone because they keep looking at me on their phone. But I mean that in a context as of person to person, their viewpoint, their sight, their focus of mind, what they're looking at. To understand that really it is our own life that we're trying to figure out, we're trying to walk down, we're trying to enjoy, we're trying to just be us in a smooth flow of things. My grandfather, my grandfather was a amazing person, and he survived a lot more than most. And one thing he taught me from a distance, from the memories, was the ability to adapt. He adjusted his life. He had certain natures of his own being, certain qualities of his own that he liked and that he did, and that was healthy for him. And then he hung around individuals and he conformed for the betterment of the community. And in his conformity of his actions, it changed his day to day consumption of things. And that's what killed him. It wasn't a consumption of bad things. Any one thing, too much is bad for us. What he used prior to that was people disagreed with it. Oh, you should change your way. Oh, you shouldn't be like that. Da 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 da. You, da da da. He was following his heart. He changed following his heart to please the people around him. And that doesn't work too well. For a great deed it does, but for his own life it didn't. What I saw was he sacrificed his life for thousands. He didn't he didn't live what he wanted to so that he could make other people truly happy in their heart. He denied ultimately what he wanted, and other people wound up living what he wanted. In the spirit, in life, this is a real fact. And when the balance is always required, okay? So if we as humans create an imbalance, then other people are going to suffer. Like people go into the top and then they suffer. Then other people in the world, they suffer. The masses suffer because one person's doing good, okay? This one person was in all reality a divine being. The way that it actually works best, this is what I've been doing. This is what I learned naturally, and then confirmation through readings, through old books, is that the divine being in the flesh, instead of being at the top, they actually accept the deficit. They actually accept not being at the top. They refuse the excessive joy. They refuse the excessive dreams that they want. And then everybody else is living those dreams. So one person suffers and doesn't suffer. One person lacks while everybody else is on top. We've been with the one on top winning and everybody on the bottom losing. The poles of the earth shifting right now, this is the energy that's being enforced. I'm not talking about some spell or shit that I casted or did. I'm saying I'm letting you know that's what's flipping. That's why shit's changing. Well, supported in its change. That's why on the shamanic path we lose things. We lose a lot. We win in the spirit, we win in our awareness, we win in our ability to heal, we win in so many ways. And that's why it's important to detach from the physical desires of life. Don't get me wrong, it's good to have what you have a roof over your head, have food incoming, those kinds of things. I'm not saying to like not desire that, or, want the things that are going to take care of your life and whatnot, but that excessive reach, that excessive shine, that excessive prestige, that's imbalance. But you know, though upon this journey that I've lived, I learned how to live with less and less and less, and sure, my hands would like this or like that. Though it's not an excessive desire. It's not something I'm craving. It's not something I'm going out and grabbing. I found what maintains my life. I found what keeps my life going, and that's satisfying to me, and it's peaceful to me, and it makes me happy. And to each their own, as they like to do, and that's why I can't put on onto anybody else. That's what you should do. You can take the idea or the suggestion, but some things I feel strongly about, and I'm like, yeah, this one, if you'd like to run with it. But to each their own, because we are all on a different path. We all have similarities and differences, and I appreciate those similarities. And when those differences kick up, well, then I respect those differences. The joy can happen, and I can understand my limits and make sure I don't go too far with excessive joy, causing me to be non observant of things going on in front of me. That's one thing I've become very aware of within the past, however long past. But I did notice that in my past, throughout my life, I get excessively happy, excessively joyful. I even wrote about this in my book. And when we do that, we stop paying attention. We stop looking at the obvious things that could do us harm. And it's just a state of being. That's why I like excessive joy and excessive happiness, and that's kind of celebration for me. My mind, even in a slight moment of that, I've got to pay attention to my surroundings and bring myself back to where I am and be like, look, I'm still paying attention. I'm happy as shoot, but I'm paying attention. It's easy to lose grip of the wheel. I'd be driving a car with one hand, and for a lot when I was younger, I don't drive anymore. But my sight of my left eye not is horrible. It is horrible, and so I just don't drive anymore on that account. And wherever that was going, that's all right. Here's something. When your mind takes a left turn, you completely forget what you were talking about. It's like, man, oh, what was I trying to remember to think about? To me, I like to just let that idea go. Whatever the thought was, I don't care. It'll come back or not. But the fact that occurrence reminds me of is my ability to forget something. And if I can forget something that I want to talk about, then I could forget something I don't want to think about. Forsaken, you were mentioning you shared stuff with TikTok. I do have my TikTok account. It's Cetra, but with a UR. I'll put it in the chat log. Um, and I had been going live on TikTok daily, and I was doing that as well. I was having TikTok and Instagram up as well, and I've been using the the phone I have to do for TikTok. The video is shitty, shitty quality. So I want to put in the good quality from TikTok onto YouTube. And so if I use the other one for TikTok, I have shitty quality. I have another one that can do Instagram and actually have pretty decent visuals, decent quality, I should say. However, then I can't type in the chat log and all that good stuff because it's doing the Instagram thing. And so, yes, I agree and would like to do more. Um, on that range of things. I've been trying to go somewhere. Um, they're actually open today on Saturday. Maybe somehow the stars will align and I'll get to go today, but there's this resale shop in particular that I go to, and I usually like going there first before I don't exactly have money to be buying a tripod and a phone and any of that junk. I don't have that. Um, but but sometimes I wind up finding some good things at the resale shop and super cheap. So I've been kind of hoping that that kind of works out and we can expand people being on and chatting, not just here on YouTube, but on Instagram and through TikTok and on and on. And Catfight, very welcome for the reading. Greetings from Ireland if you're still here, user. Very cool. So Zex the Dragon God. Um, I'll just put it on that way. Jeff 4802 says you don't have $300. Um, I don't work a regular job. This is the first place I've been in the past few years, which I've actually had a consistent roof over my head. And this is because of donations that I'm here. And so if you would like to donate or shoot, even if you want a used phone or something so I can do better quality and have it recorded in TikTok, shoot me an email if you'd like, or make a donation on my GoFundMe, and I'm totally happy for support. If it happens, great. If not, no worries. Because on my journey, if the divines want it to happen, then they're gonna put it in my hands. If they don't want it to happen, it's not gonna happen. The phone that I'm recording on now, that has the great quality that we're seeing, was actually done because somebody on TikTok sent me this phone. They actually sent me this phone so that I could have better quality. Otherwise, it'd be shitty quality we'd be watching right now. Very shitty quality. So, out of the kindness, out of the direction, out of the community, that's why I exist. If people don't want me to be here, then I'm gonna be homeless and out. You'll never see me again. If people want me here, then there's gonna be support, and things are just going to increase and get better and get better and get better. And I'm open to the journey. I'm open to where that goes. The course is the course. And one thing I keep saying over and over and over, when I know that I'm going to move from one place to another, when I know my life is in a state of transition, from one family to another, from one place to another, from having something to having nothing, I tell the universe, I tell the divine, I tell Father and Mother all the time, my shamanic course, I want to see that through to the end. Whatever else I got to ask for, I want to see my shamanic course to the end. I want to see this path to the end. I told God while I was still a Jehovah's Witness in Christianity as a young boy while my mom was alive, here I am, God, send me. And I meant that from my heart, and that never changed. And He sent me, and here I am, and there I'll go every day where no man knows. But God can't send you nowhere if you got a contract to go to your 9 to 5 every day and serve a man. How can you do the bidding of your divine heart if you're too busy enslaved to doing the bidding of a man? Show up here now every day. Make sure you get your ass back here now every day. That does not allow the soul to guide the flesh. Not for me. I lived through it. I did it. From the age of 15 on, I started working my ass off and giving my checks to my mom. Okay, I kept my first 3 checks, bought some new nice clothes for high school. But every single check I got after that, I just handed to my mom. And then we'll just direct deposit that bitch. Just there you go. Boom, just a signature. There you go. Boom. It's gone. It's just in it. It's just in there. Whatever you need to do, mom, you take care of it. I tell her this is what I like, this is what I'm looking forward to next. And when she could save up enough money, then we went and got it. But otherwise, she took care of whatever she needed to take care of. Why? Because I'm going to support her. I'm going to take care of her. She's been working her ass off. She worked 3 jobs to take care of 2 boys all on her own. I owed her my life and I gave her my life. But my life didn't end. Her life ended. So then I got to keep living for somebody. And one thing I've learned is that somebody can be anybody. And that anybody could be a mom, a dad, a brother, a sister. You don't got to have my blood, and I don't got to have your blood. We don't got to do nothing crazy or silly. Just hanging out and being. Just talking, sitting on the same table, sitting on the same bench, playing a game of chess, whatever, shooting the shit as it goes. Is that not just being family and hanging with thee? I think it is. Well, let's do one line. I'm gonna do something. This is the kind of stuff I do with the world. Okay, so I like to drink. I like Rockstar better. I don't drink energy drinks all the time. But you know the saying, Red Bull gives you wings. What I'm gonna put in here, esoteric, which just means secret. Esoteric meaning of a Red Bull. Taurus and solar energy. Esoterically, the Red Bull represents the merging of primal life force, untamed aggression, and spiritual ascension. Ugh, that's sanely savage. Rooted in archetypes of strength and vitality, its imagery and branding weave together ancient mythology and modern symbolism. So we could say, as a human, esoterically, Red Bull gives you wings, indeed. This goes back to Taurus and solar energy. In esoteric astrology, the bull is deeply tied to the sign Taurus, representing fixed earth, material manifestation, and sensual power. The red hue signifies Mars, the planet of drive, physical action, and raw energy. Sun worship. In many Indo-European and ancient mythologies, red cattle are linked to the sky father or the sun, symbolizing life-giving radiant heat. The original intent, Karating Daring, before it became an international phenomenon, to drink originated in Thailand as Krating Daring, translated to red gaur. In Southeast Asia, the gaur, a massive wild bovine, and the charging bull are traditional symbols of tireless stamina, physical power, and the working class. There you go for Second Kings. The original imagery of two red animals preparing to fight before a rising sun was designed to channel the fighting spirit of Muay Thai fighters and long haul laborers. The things in our world are real. And whether people understand what they're doing or not, I'm going to look at my environment and I'm going to understand its influences. What a reality. And it's the way that I've applied myself on the spiritual level of things. We learn things spiritually. We learn little tricks and little abilities and this and that. And we've talked about many of them. And people who watch likely have discovered your own or are in the process of discovering your own. For myself, when I really fine tuned my spiritual understanding and with my ability of working, then I came to the point of saying, okay, it wasn't what do I do now, it's more like how do I do it. My ultimate desire is to liberate my brothers and my sisters who are stuck in religion and the bondage, brainwashed thinking of any type of grouping that's not allowing them to act independently. If I have family members who are connected to me, and which I do, I mean by blood, and they keep me at a distance, they do not talk to me nor associate with me because of what a religion told them to think. They fear me. That's why they cast me out. Because they don't understand love. Which taught me that where I was, there was no love. There might have been a lot of talk of love. There might have been a lot of talk of family love, this love, religion love, love this, love that. Oh, we're all good. We don't smoke. We don't say these words. Blah, 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 blah. Everything's clean. Blah, 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 blah. But there was no love there. Because my mother was love embodied, whether people saw it or not. And I learned a dang good thing too from her, from good Father up above. And that's what I learned how to identify. I learned how to identify love. And when I know that love is not present, well, there are certain actions that I have found love does not do and does not participate in. It won't be seen and it won't do it. Love is not interested in those kinds of things. So when I see a behavior like that and I know that it is the complete polar opposite of my own, that's when I know I'm done with that kind of interaction or that individual, that job, that situation, that whatever the case. And there are people out in the world and they personalize things. I'm everything I have to share is a memory of things that I've survived, little things that I brought up, and if I could remember every single little bit in order and have it written out and be like, okay, we're starting with today, and tomorrow, but as these things come up and they pop out of the mind, thus I share, flowing right in time. And those are the synchronicities of of the topics that I wind up discussing and the events that oneself is going through that of one that may be watching or listening, so forth and so on. And just that type of synchronicity I have found is not weird nor unusual. That synchronicity is comforting and happy and a blessing and lets me know mom and dad are right there with me. We were talking a little bit yesterday though, having deeper conversations, communicating more in depth, and finding people to communicate like that. If we develop our mind, then we're looking for a particular type of conversation that's going to entertain the development of our mind. And everything else, well, it's a moment that we can have some peaceful meditation and just think to ourselves and know that that subject material, that portion, that book in our life, like we read that entire book and we set that book down. We know somebody else is living it. They somebody else, they just picked up their book and they're like, yep, esoteric Buddhism of Japan, interesting. They're starting on page one, opening page, title page. That doesn't that doesn't require that I open that book up for me again. It doesn't require that. I know it's in that book. I don't need to read it again. It's in my bones. It's in my veins. The lessons have been taught and instilled. And I'm not forgetting the lessons. That's a guarantee. But I remember some cliff notes that I took myself, and I will certainly share those with the individual in the moment. And sometimes, somebody's watching a movie or reading a book, and they're like, shut up, don't tell me what happens next. And so I'm like, well, okay, I want to share my cliff notes. Enjoy your life, enjoy the read. We're speaking metaphorically if you haven't been following. Some people be reading the book and they're like, kind of having a hard time reading. I don't know everything going on. So they can stop and really enjoy the cliff notes and hear a little bit extra than that. Okay, that's a moment to share those things. Love will recognize love. And when actions happen that are not loving, well, that was something else trying out some love. They tried it out, it didn't work. Being love and trying it out are two different things. Trying it out is like saying, I'm sorry, I won't do that again. And then you do it again. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. And then you do it again. Rinse and repeat. A doing is, bro, that didn't make you happy? that ain't gonna happen again. And then it never fucking happens again. And the one time it does wind up happening, way down the line, oh, sorry, bro, didn't mean to do that, my bad, right away. As soon as I notice, my bad. Yeah, all's good. Accidents happen. But forgetfulness, non-consideration, are not aspect, or are not aspects of love. To be considerate, to be aware, to keep in remembrance as much as one may of interactions with another individual. This is key and paramount to being aware of who we're interacting with. And so a lot of times, you don't have to read all the elements in the room. You don't have to read, the air and the signs and this and that and that and this. You don't have to read all of that, is what I'm getting at. For me, all I need is one solid action to prove that love doesn't fucking live in you. It's not there. It was a fucking show, and when I see it, it's gone. Now, here's another subject. That's why I don't have to pay attention to a bunch of other stuff. I can keep my mind in La La Land. I know when you place dominoes in that direction where they're gonna fucking. I know where that setup goes to. Fuck that. Okay? So, a lot of people like you can think about Jason Bourne, like he walks into the room and he's analyzing everything. That's a lot of conscious fucking power to be exerting at the same time to pay attention to the motherfucker in front of you. Okay? That kind of computing power up here, you only have so much conscious awareness capacity. Once you use it up, it's fucking gone. Okay? Like, this is true. The rest, when I say gone, it goes into subconscious, it goes into spirit, long term memory. So, like, what you keeping up here is you gotta shoot. You don't have to do anything. I've learned to pick and choose so that I can attain more highlights in my point, more specific understandings uh, uh, um, of greater things rather than a bunch of tiny details. Anyways, and that's why I pay attention to people, to their actions and behaviors and their words, because are they harming love or are they supporting it? That's my divide. That's where I see down the middle of things. That's where I see very, 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 very clearly. The other thing is going back to the Red Bull. Okay, being able to do that. The Red Bull was representing essentially. I'm not going to read it back. I'm going to say it as I recall it, as I put it in my own mind. It's a kung fu master and a spiritual artist, and you put those two together, and there's a third quality in there, but those two is what I learned to do. Is aggression was in there as well. Primal energy was in there as well, and to really wrap this up together and to work on the spiritual side in that aspect, and not on the physical side, but literally to wield magic in an art form that's like a Bruce Lee master. That's what I gravitated towards. That's what I wound up doing naturally, guidedly, how the divines taught me through the experiences that I wound up having in my life. Nice guys finish last. That's what they say, and that's what happens. That's why I will love my neighbor, and I will deal with any other. And sometimes that dealing means I need to get out of there. Sometimes that dealing means I need to fold my hand at their table and get the hell out because I helped them. Somebody else got away. Now it's time for me to get away. And anybody else falling into what they got? Well, May I just let the divines up above know what they're up to? I was born the year of the rat. I had it on 2 different days, on 2 different occasions, and from 2 different people, and they both called me the Rat King, and I was like, I'll take it, I'll take it. Because I'm thinking about Ninja Turtles, I'm like, where else you ever heard the Rat King? Well, I have heard the Rat King elsewhere, but my mind goes to the Ninja Turtles. That was a cool dude. So, Renegade spreading some love. Ultra Moon. I'm playing DS Ultra Moon to cope with it this past week. Let me do one of these. Let's see. I went for the new flavor. It's called Moonbow. The Moonbow flavor. Anna Bumphreys, but I'm Brandon, not Anna. Watch you every day where you drink coffee. I drink Mad Dog 2020. Teach their own. Love it. I love it, bro. That's awesome. Unite our brothers. What is one life lesson you learned 10 years ago? Oh, I don't think like that. However, I will give an experience which is really freaking cool. Alright. It was about 10 years apart. Yeah, it was about 10 years apart. We are reaching about that mark. So essentially, I'm at this particular driveway, and or not driveway, but I'm staying at this house. It's got acres of land and wooded area, and it's got this rundown house where nobody lives, but the owner said we could stay there for a little bit, so I was staying there, me and my girl, and this they had like were like part of the driveway would have been like concrete where they park a car, and we had fire, and there was like some old sticks or whatever with the charcoal, and I drew something as I was just inclined to draw. And when I drew, I looked at it and it looked very interesting. And I like looked to my ex and I was like, yo, like, check this out. And she was like, interesting. And then like I did this drawing on paper and which like they correlated together. And that drawing on paper was it just it had a date on it. It was very, very, very interesting. Well, it had a grouping in numbers on it. It was very, very interesting. And the grouping in numbers was 6 numbers, so I thought it was a date. Um, and then my life was about 10 years after that, roughly, give or take a little, one or two there. Then I'm in this situation. I'm working at at this metaphysical shop, and like the metaphysical shop is folding up, like we were doing good. I was making money. We were bringing it in, but they were just they were closing up shop as an independent place, and they were moving on. And so I had I was gonna lose all my stuff because I had nowhere to put it and I had nowhere to stay. So I kept freaking out. I was freaking out. I was throwing down like 10 hours long ceremonies, dude. I was running candles and incense. I was just like, oh my gosh, that was like one of the most. Anyways, I was doing, and during one of those times, my altar at the center, at the main portion, I like looked at it, and it looked exactly like the drawing I had. And the date actually correlated to December of that year of which this was happening. The numbers correlated to the date, month, and year of where I was and what I was going through. So when I saw the stones and this stuff had just taken its natural, I did not try to. I'm freaking out, man. I'm not thinking about 10 years ago anything at this particular juncture. And I see this setup, and it makes me think about the image. I didn't have the drawing anymore, but I thought about it. I saw it, man. I saw it, and in that moment, I knew without a shadow of a motherfucking doubt that what I had done during all of these ceremonies is I literally went back to my previous self, and I literally inhabited my spirit, my soul from that time. Went back to my previous self years ago, literally embodied because it's my own fucking body, so my soul can fit right into it. It has the fucking fingerprint code, if you want to call it that. And literally, that's what guided me to do the drawing on the concrete on the driveway, and that's what caused me to do the drawing on the paper. That's where that came in from. It wasn't God controlling me, it was me guiding me with future knowledge, with future understanding. And so I did that and put the motherfucking numbers, got the motherfucking numbers correct from 10 years in the future. And so then when I see it in that moment and I'm freaking out thinking I'm going to lose everything, and I see that moment, I'm like, holy fuck. I fucking time traveled. I sent myself the message, it's gonna be okay. And literally within 5 days of losing everything, a dude walks in drunk off his fucking ass at 8 o'clock plus at night in a metaphysical shop. We get to chatting, and the dude's like, you need a place to stay, bro? He was like, you can use my place as a lily pad or a frog pad. I think he said, oh, it's a frog pad. You can't stay forever, but you could get here for a little bit before get you on your feet to the next place. And he called me the next fucking day. He calls me the next fucking day, and he's like, bro, just to let you know, I wasn't joking. I'm for real. I know I'm drunk. I was drunk and everything, but I'm for real. Dude lived not even a mile down the road from where the shop was. I sent myself a message into the past saying it's going to be all right. Don't worry about it. If I wish myself to learn something 10 years ago, I'm going to teach myself something 10 years ago. It was already done. Great question. Forsaken King. Okay, so Forsaken King, like, okay, check this out. Look. You weren't here for this one, so I'm going to share it again. It's all right. This Forsaken King put Setra, I see you're a good friend, ride or die kind of friendship. You're awesome, dude. Before I say thank you, let me give full explanation. Let me give a bit of an explanation here. Okay. Severus, sever us. Dumbledore, L E. Reverse that. L, angel. Dumb, because LE's out, so it's L, angel. Dumb, fool, door. The greatest fool opening up doors. Severus, he severs us, he disconnects things. A connector and a disconnector. Now, to be true to one's nature and yet an ally, that's powerful. Because when that is done, people expect to see the ride or die together to the end. But as we've learned through other sources, sometimes it is wiser for one to go this way, while the other one goes way all the way around and does some other shit over here, and they meet up together over there. Because they never saw that coming back together happening. So yes, but a lot more complicated and a lot more mastering and maneuvering. A lot more crafting along the way. Yes. Timothy Andrews said, I love your spot. I could easily move in a cabin in woods all to myself with no people around. Thank you, I appreciate it. Now, where I live, it's a wooded area, yeah, sure. Sparsely it is. Um, but it's in a house. I'm in a house. I'm in a, like a neighborhood, and whichever room I wind up, which I've been able to store my stuff when I haven't been able to have a place. And so when I am able to have a place and have a room, um, then I created up in this fashion of some sort in some way. I got my altar back here, um, and like this is the heaven portion of the altar. This is the heaven, the earth portion, heaven, earth, and Yggdrasil, the tree of life, linking all the way down to the ground, all the way to the top. And so I create my environment. I was mentioning this the other day as well, that part of manifestation involves visualization. There's a lot of times that I don't visualize things. The spell calls for it, the ritual, the ceremony, whatever calls for the visualization. And I did it the first time I first did the thing. I visualized it, I did it accordingly and appropriately. But every time after that, shoot, I'd be thinking about Cheetos or something, man. I'm not visualizing anything. So my room, my place, it has visuals all around of divine presence, divine authority, righteousness, recording, love, protectiveness, scary things to fight off the bad things. All sorts of. Got our boat, got our sky boat, sailing to the sun, which is right at the top of Ra's head. Boop, boop, boop. Ah, ta, ta, ta. And if you look, that's actually the other wall here. That's a mirror that my finger's pointing at. And so that's the lady who's seeking and living in all this truth, but she's going the wrong way. So then she's handed off to Heru, Bam Bam, the son of Ra, right? That we got right here, ha ha. And then he leads her essentially. What I'm getting at is that by looking at these things as visuals while I'm in a trance state of mind, trance state of mind is created by breathing, by focus, by concentrating, by depending on different elements of that regard, on the like mantras and mudras. If you don't know, mudras are hand gestures. So a mantra would be like Ren. Ren is the root chakra. So this is the mudra. There's usually two variants to it. You could do that, you could do the middle fingers, or you could do the index fingers, and that's the mudra. I think it actually comes in together with the thumbs like that. And so, um, there's different hand gestures to correlate to those aspects. Um, and so I look around as I'm in a trance state of being, in a meditative state of being, and as I'm looking around, these visualizations, these cues are being manifest. It's not the elements that are being manifested, but it's their qualities and traits and values that are going into whatever's being crafted. Because ultimately, I don't know what's best in this physical world for people. I don't have the fucking answer for people. I don't. But they do, and I learned how to listen to them. So by receiving and guiding them, like as my mind goes and these things happen, those are ingredients going into what the master chef, is ultimately cooking. It's not me that's cooking, it's them. I'm just the one like with the steak. A little bit more of that one, okay. Why does the number four repeat in my dreams? All right, four's been popping up for me. Four popped up yesterday. Otherwise, before that, I've been noticing other people going 444 444. And I've had 444 pop up for me a few days ago. It popped up yesterday. Four popped up yesterday. So you know what? Let's get a technical answer on the number four. I'm gonna give you the long answer. Okay. Now here's the thing. Um, I'm gonna start at that four. Let me get there first. Okay, I'd like to tell you what I did here. Look at my book. I sewed this, put it together myself. All right, see, nothing major fancy. Literally sewed by hand with a needle, leather. Okay, see, bound it myself. Did two bindings. I actually didn't mean to do a second one, but first it was one book and I wanted to add on the second section. So then that's why it's got the middle leather portion here, because that was the book in its entirety. But then I did a rune section, okay? So, get yourself, this is if you want to, and how you can make advancement. If you want to advance on the magical side, on the shaman side, I'm going to tell you how to do it. Number one, if you don't have access to them, then you can shoot me an email. I'll plug it in right now if you haven't had it before. But I can hook you up with some PDF books on my Google account thingy, and gives you access to download them and view them and read them. Okay, I got thousands. and I know exactly which one's best. Out of, you can have five of them on one subject, but four of them got you chasing your tail. The one that's great, yeah, that's the one I'll send you. Okay, now then you get yourself a Brother laser printer. It costs about $129, black and white only. Brother laser printer. Okay, if you go the cheap way to fill it by getting the powder, then you can like get like 20,000 pages plus of printing for like $20. If you want to buy just as it comes to a thing, it's additional dollars, 80 or 100 additional dollars. But again, you get like 10,000 freaking plus pages to print, or 40,000. It's freaking insane amount of number of pages you can print off of a Brother laser printer. Okay, and then you pull up the PDF file of the book, of the section of the information you like the most, print, and what I did was I created my own compendium of information from various books all in one housing, so that I could be able to quickly access this information and have it with me anywhere. Ha! You could do the same thing. Okay, number four. We're talking about number four. All right, zodiac. It connects to Aquarius, ruled by Uranus. The chakra it correlates to is the third chakra, the solar plexus. If you're a four, you were born on the 4th, 13th, 22nd, or 31st of any month and in a year. Four is the number of change, revolution, and forward thinking, curious and open to taking chances and exploring the world from all perceivable angles. This number pulls us into the future through its through its fundamentally outside in view of the world. I'm going to read that again. This number pulls us into the future through its fundamentally outside in view of the world. The need to build a community around a four's eccentricity and original input is deep and can be healing for others to witness. Fours are passionate, innovative, and curious. They want to explore and experience everything. They're unconventional and can range from the rebel without a cause, outcast, to the celebrated genius. If a four can see a way to combine and make things better, they will work to make it a reality. Their eyes are pulled toward the gaps and areas in the world that need their unconventional approach. A four will have distrust of authority and loves to break the rules, not necessarily to make a mess, just to see what happens. They like to change things up and test out their own rules, both in their career and private life. According to almost all schools of thought within the field of numerology, specific base numbers are marked by fate, and fours are one of them. This means you as a four have signed up for a life filled with contrasts. It also means that your survival instincts are strong and that you can get through almost anything life throws at you. You get to choose if this challenge will make you shrink or expand your trust in your right to be here. As a four, you're filled with complexity, sensitivity, and strength. You can feel like an outsider and like you don't fit in with society or your peers because you see everything from a different perspective than the majority of people around you. The fours are the exciting new world of the fours are the innovators. They think new thoughts, attack challenges from new angles, and are brave enough to show the world the exciting new work. They wonder what if at problems other people give up on. The challenge for a person with the base number four is not to turn the experience of always being the odd one out into an excuse for not taking part in life and seeking community. Do not isolate and cut yourself off from forming deeper bonds with people who can lift you higher. If you find yourself in a spiral of complaining and circumstances that you think are out of your control or repeating patterns of self-sabotage, you are off course. Build connections with people who have a positive outlook in life and rely on them more than your own power to move forward. The fours are intense, charming, and always entertaining. They can seem very mysterious to others. Exploration is a big part of a four's life, and having to try out different ways of living, working, and learning is normal. Wonder is the name of the game. Only by having tried out what they don't want can a four lay down a strong foundation for the life they do want. In the workplace, it is best if you can find a position where your innovative mind can get something to do that stretches its limits. A lack of challenge and recognition can make you feel lost and your life feel pointless. You're often willing to take chances and leaps of faith that can scare or alienate others in their surroundings. It's important for you not to be limited and held back, as your rebellious nature will make you prone to rash decisions to move ahead. There is a longing for a supportive base that can embrace you when you come home from a big adventure and that cheers you on when you work on creating a better world for us all. It's essentially for your self worth that others honor your trials and output. Monetary gain doesn't matter. It does not matter as much as true appreciation and recognition. The life goal is innovation. The life lesson is self worth and a sense of belonging, finding and creating community and connection with others. And the spiritual abilities is healing. Fours can work with healing in any field and with any means or tools. And for having three repetitions is essentially bringing out success upon that course of action. That's why when you get the 333 or the 444 or the 555 or whatever, whichever number like that in a series of threes, that means that like success is stamped on that mug. You got to work on it, everything's gonna happen, but success is written all over it. Oh, that's cool, fish cat. You said your husband works with leather. That's freaking cool. Yeah, like seriously, you could. I put my email in there, and I'll send you. I've got a great book on numerology, PDF files that I can share through the Google thing. I just give you access to it. It'll send you an email, and then you can download it or whatever the case like that. And so I've got a book called Norse. I got ancient Egyptian books. I've got this material, and it's really my inner desire to be reading those things every single day, to just be reading them here live every day. Though, when one does the research and looks at these materials and reads and sees how much of numerology they're actually connected with all of it, not just one of the numbers, but how all of it impacts their life, how they've seen their life be influenced by all of these factors, like, and then the Norse system, and then the Egyptian system, and then the Indian, the Hindu system, and just when you see all of these different systems and they're actually showing an explanation for the events of life and how they happen, then we can actually see the order of events that are happening, and we can understand why things are happening when they're happening, and not get involved because it's like, oh, now I see. It's not about me trying to change something or stop somebody. I brought the wrong energy to the fucking cooking. When a bunch of people come together, whatever you're resonating in your thoughts, that's all going up into a fucking cloud, into a consciousness. And everybody's sharing that consciousness. Everything's there's something being created. Somebody claps, somebody falls, some firework goes off. It's one event grabs everybody's attention at that gathering, at that grouping, at that coming together. It literally just synchronized the thoughts into everybody's reality. It's there whether you want it or not. Like, unless you're a fucking master magician and you know how to block shit out on that level, or that's a different thing altogether. And that's why we'll come together with people. There'll be that one person, nobody wants there, whatever the case. Well, then they shouldn't fucking be there. Guess why? Because they're bringing an energy to your cooking gathering, to what all the chefs are making and creating. And that's why shit didn't work out. Somebody brought the wrong energy. But it ain't about them. Remember, it's about me. I can't control them, but I can definitively increase my vibration. I can increase the stability of my vibration in any environment. So then I work on that for myself. I don't worry about other people because I understand that entering an environment like that, whoever is pulsing at more energy, that becomes dominant. So you can walk into a room, one can walk into a room, and if their energy, instead of being like a single person, is like maybe like we will represent it like this, kind of like, but like if you have increased your energy field, then when you walk into that room, it is present. This is not heard, this is felt. And so, literally, there's the responsibility to increase one's own vibration. That will silence others who are bringing a lower point. It's good to have a proper environment and not have the wrong ones in your environment. This is paramount. And again, working on the self rather than the you. Tabima Hotep. Forsaken Kings 666. Okay, the first thing that comes to me when I think of 666 is 18. You can look this up online, literally, if you'd like. Between 18 and 24, something like that, within that range. Yeah, 6, 12, 18. At 18 breaths per minute, or something, or per second, or what, 18 breaths per minute, I think it is. When we're at a resting pace, um, when we're at 18 breaths per minute or some shit like that, um, heartbeat, anyways, it winds up correlating to the trance state that connects with the animals, with the animal mindset, with like instinctive behavior and not being compassionate or thinking or like in a different mindset. Okay, So that's one reality. There's many realities to it. 666. So earlier we were talking about 44444, and so we said, you know what, let's read up some numerology on 4. Well, I've got numerology on 6. And the repetition of 123, 123, 123, like 666, that means this is success. That 3-time repetition, that means success in this. And I'm going to read that, but I'm going to do what my heart would like, what I would like to do first. But we're going to read the numerology on 6. And just mentioning the zodiac it connects to is Taurus and Libra, ruled by Venus. I spoke about earlier about the Red Bull and the symbolism of the Red Bull, how that connects on the spiritual side, and on and so forth. And the chakra that it connects to is the heart. And interesting enough, the 4th chakra is the heart. Six is the number of beauty in all its forms as it seeks harmony and pleasure from its surroundings. Strong as immortal love and passionate as a jilted lover, it changes the world by the depths of its devotion to others. Themes of boundaries are nurturing make this journey one of defining love by fulfilling one's own needs before taking care of others. I'm going to read that again. Themes of boundaries and nurturing make this journey one of love and care. Oh, shoot, I'll read it a third time, and that's the last time I do. Themes of boundaries and nurturing made this journey one of defining love by fulfilling one's own needs before taking care of others. When trying to understand a 6, the key words are love and care. 6s are strong, enduring, loving, caring, sensitive, and harmonizing people. They're always attractive and a balanced vibration. 6 is pure love. The 6s are gentle, sincere, and stubborn. A 6 will sacrifice his or her own needs to help loved ones, like a partner for their child. It is natural for 6s to interfere if they feel like they could diffuse a situation or resolve an argument. They are diplomatic and thoughtful and tend to remember hurtful words and disagreements. 6s can seem flirty, but it's usually other people reacting to the vibration that surrounds them more than their actual behavior. 6s are family orientated. They love to care for a home, a relationship, or a heart centered business. They have an eye for beauty and aesthetics and love to make everything around them cozy and inviting. And 6s can easily make less look like more. They are great at infusing an everyday occurrence with the atmosphere of a special event. They take pride in their appearance and their surroundings. A 6 walking around in tatty clothes and living in a run-down home is a forced out of essence. As parents, 6s are dedicated, helpful, and zealous. It is in their nature to care for and uplift others. As workers, 6s can be found in fields like social work, education, hospitality, and senior care. These are attractive fields for a six because they want to make a difference. Sixes can be very stubborn and strong willed, and if they have struck out a challenging path for themselves, it can be tough to change their mind. There is an element of pride and self sufficiency in their emotional makeup that can make it hard for sixes to give up and accept help, even if it looks like they are a hopeless endeavor and need the assistance of someone who could step in and make their life easier. It's important to be active on self love front as it oh, it's important to be active on the self-love front as a six. Pouring from an empty cup is impossible. Those sixes will keep supporting others even when they require supporting themselves. The risk of burnout is high if you're in a field where you have to care for others and you forget to tend to your own needs. You have to be as generous to yourself as you are to other people. In love, sixes have high romantic ideals for a partner and for the creation of family, and will arrange their lives around their significant other if they get out of balance and forget to water their own garden first. Their devotion can twist into extremes, as almost nothing can break the force and commitment of love. At the low end of the six spectrum, we see a person who creates urgency, disease, and drama to keep their loved ones close. A deeply wounded six can be vicious and extremely hurtful to others, just as a mother's hard words can deflate a child's sense of worthiness. A six can throw sharp daggers into the heart of those that disappoint them. When supported from within and able to work in an area where they feel they make an impact, and in a relationship that pours as much love back into them as they send out, sixes become the beating center of healing for everyone who is lucky enough to be near. The life goal of a six, of this individual, the life goal is love, true devotion, and beauty. The life lesson is boundaries, balance in giving and receiving. Listen to the needs of one's own mind, body, heart, and soul. The spiritual abilities is the healing of groups. So if we combine 666 and 444, we have a successful emergence into this world of a community created by love, a community that is love itself. Like, I see those, I have those elements combining in my mind, not with segments of thought, but just I can feel their essence, just seeing its completion, which six and four together, that gives you 10. 10, well, that's completion right there. Interesting. Okay, got you. Thanks, Zex the Dragon God. Okay, I'm just sharing. I'm just sharing out of my own heart like I would with a friend right now. That's all. Nothing crazy or anything. But like, um, it, Zex the Dragon God said, I like to call Cetra Master Wizard, smiley face, laughing like, and there'd be a time I'd be hanging out with her, and in the past I'd be like, yo, like I used to want to be like Harry Potter, but then I realized I'm more like Dumbledore. But call me a good friend. I'd rather be I'd rather be a good friend. From New Zealand, Steven. Okay, that's sweet. I think you might have put that before, maybe not. Okay, Forsaken King mentioned, he said, yeah, I walked into a room and felt like the air was extremely heavy all of a sudden. And I've, if you think about the air feeling thick, okay, there was resonance of individuals, and while they were talking, gathering, and whatnot, just in whatever they were doing, their energy, they were emotionally active, and their energy literally filled the air, and that's why it feels thick. Not positive, not negative, thick. This is the same thing one can do with their water. Filter it, bless it. I'll show you where I keep my water. Now, whether you can notice or not, I'm not going to change the camera setup right now, but everything kind of points to this portion because that's going north. So corner to corner, really kind of going north into the room, kitty corner. And then right at the base, I like to get a nice good gallon glass thing of the wine, clean it out real good, and then boom, I got my water stored in glass, being filtered right by on the altar here. There it is. Pop. Trying to point behind me on the altar over here, and then stored right at the point. And the energy, like I leave it in that glass container for like 48 hours to 3 days at this point. For me, it took time to do it in less time. It took experience to cause this to happen in less time. But at this point, 48 hours to 72 hours, and when I drink this water, it's thick, just like the air. It's thick. Even when I put it in my coffee pot and it goes through the plastic and the heating, those elements, the coffee is actually thick and not thin. We can actually fill the space around us with energy. This is a reality, and it's your power and ability. This is how we change our environment, because we go home and we charge ourselves up through meditation, through love, through moments like this, hanging out, jiving, chilling. Okay, but it's focused reality of this emotional existence. And so we charge, 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 we go into work. And what normally happens is they would suck out all your energy because you're not charged. But now you go to work, and that's the energy you're charging. That's the vibration you're bringing into the room, into the entire atmosphere. Your vibration is causing others to have problems because they want to stay at a lower vibration. They want to work harder and not smarter. They don't want their soul to grow. And this is why problems happen around you, is because you're actually shaking things up, because you're elevating your own energy. You're not even telling anybody anything. But that's why things wind up coming back, because they're like, no, I don't want you to grow. If you don't grow, I get to stay the same. If you grow, I have to grow. I don't give a fuck about you. This life is about me for each one of us. And that's how we create our community, because we see how important another life is by honoring our own. If we honor our own, then we know we must honor others. Or else there is a massive imbalance and we end up where we are, well, where the world has been. Yeah. I love you, Mitchell. Thank you, Joe Moza. 1, 2, 3. Thank you for the kind comments. Just scrolling up here, seeing if there's any questions or anything. What's the first thing you do when you wake up? Generally speaking, the first thing that I do when I wake up currently is I take my shower, kind of wake up, do some stretching, move my body out a little bit. Not a whole. I haven't been doing a whole bunch of stretching, but I want to get back because the way I used to. And I take my shower, take a hot shower, use the restroom, take a shower, and then my body's all heated up and warmed up. Kind of muscles are warmed up, right? They say warm your muscles up, warm up for So I warm up in the shower, and then what I'm trying to get back into, which I've been working towards a little bit more and more each day, is doing stretching, doing my stretches. That's very important for me to be doing, and putting water in the filtration in the water system, making coffee, getting ready, and going live. That's what I do when I wake up, pretty much each and every day. Somebody wanted to know about Pisces. Zex. Zex. I'm going to relate Pisces in an Egyptian connotation. How about that? Would that be okay? Interesting. Newt. Newt, like Newt and Nath, interchangeable names for the same being. But this is what she looks like, and she is who correlates to Pisces, but on the Egyptian side. I like to look at the Egyptian stuff as far as zodiacal. Greek's cool and all, and yeah, it correlates, but I love Egyptian, so that's where I go for my kind of astrology. And this is a picture of what would be Nath for Pisces. I think that's good. The Mother of the Sky is both the beginning and ending of human experience, but her great power allows life to continue in cycles through endless periods of realization and reflection. Newt is the source of new ideas and the endless reservoir of possibilities. She is also associated with astronomy, as the ancient temple priests viewed in the sky as her material body, accurately calculating time and the cyclic periods of celestial phenomena from a sophisticated system of observation and notation. She associates with the deities of divination, as all past and future events take shape from the firmament in her visible form. The principle here is augmentation. The powers of Newt provide increase, allowing the seed of thought and the fruit of labor to reach its utmost limit. She is the incubator par excellence and assists in the successful completion of any endeavor. The function here is gestation. Newt's watery realm is also the source of peace and recuperation. She brings healing dreams and insights and allows intuition to come forth when required. This Netar also possesses a fertile nature, which may be called upon to alleviate difficulties in conception, pregnancy, and childbirth. And whenever I see conception, pregnancy, and childbirth, I see manifestation. Like, yes, quite literally, as far as the birth women and all that goes, if that was the case, most directly, first and foremost. But I also do see that as in from conception of mind to the pregnancy of the idea to the actual birthing of that into as manifestation. Uh, the serpent, the frog, and the eel are also equated with her. See, I connect to these types of qualities, these aspect of beings, and what I'm just kind of doing is I'm putting this in connection along with the number 6 and seeing how that love, how all of those aspects combined with someone who may be Pisces would essentially be able to receive their new ideas, their realization, reflection, that recuperation coming in, and these that would be the solution to those difficulties, perhaps that have been experienced. Being able to allow things to actually happen, whereas before they were stagnant or stale or non-responsive. Thank you, Michael. Was that Julio? And Forsaken Kings. Um, yeah, I mean, I covered that portion. Somebody wanted to know about 11. Well, you know what? Actually, before we move to 11, I'm going to correlate That's okay. Alright, let's move on to 11. Let's see if I can find... At least what yeah, I got 11 in here. It's not, it's a shorter one, I believe, explanation-wise. Well, that's not the 11 that you're looking for. If we're just looking at 11 as numerology, hold on. Okay, as far as numerology goes, 11 is an unbalanced number. As far as divinity goes, 11 is the motherfucking gate that you gotta walk through. And I'll explain to you. It has nothing to do with numerology. Look, just like people talk about angel numbers. Angel numbers would have different meaning than numerology because there's a little bit more in there. They're being communicated by angels, and they could be telling you it is numerology that you need to look into. But like 11 is the clenched fist, deep sensitivity, extremes, codependency. Other people's needs and opinions are essential to a person carrying this vibration and more crucial to a decision making than their own. This vibration creates a high demand for the approval of others, a vibration that will make it hard to let go of negative experiences and thoughts. A person that carries this vibration tends to cross, ignore, or be oblivious to personal boundaries. They often soothe and drown emotions with a range of dysfunctional and addictive behaviors like sex, shopping, food, drugs, exercise, control, work, TV, and codependency. It feels like there is a hole inside that can never be filled. The trouble you go through is rarely visible to others and fuels the sense of not feeling seen and heard for you who you truly are. Things are taken personally and beyond a reasonable scope. It feels life is one long test. The pleaser inklings that come from this name vibration can cloud the mind of base numbers 1, 3, and 9 that have leadership as part of their life goals. It can make you shrink to fit within perceived confining structures. All right, now that's numerology. Now let me show you the truth, okay? You got the two pillars. One pillar, second pillar. All right. One is the will of your heart, what your will desire, what is your will, the ability to follow your will, to exercise your will in life, and your ability to live by divine law and order. This divine law and order, and living by your truth, your heart guiding your actions, allowing the feminine portion of the mind and the masculine portion of the mind, those two eyes to be combined within this vector, within this scope of understanding. This is the 11. This is the divine 11 because it is essentially the two pillars, the two gates as you pass through onto heaven. And passing on to heaven, it's not just when you die. This is our soul. This is our consciousness. This is our heart. That is where it's going. People are like, where do thoughts come from? They're going to come up with some scientific name for it, but that's heaven that we're thinking about. That's the consciousness of God. That's the collective conscious. We always in communication with that. We've always in communication with that. Is the human's ability capable of deciphering the message, working with it, understanding behaviors that don't work good for it, and moving forward? If divine law and order and one's will is active and in effect, then they are going to succeed. They are going to move forward And if not, then as is recorded, a divided house cannot stand. Paul, I'm looking for your question. I appreciate you, Kings. Or if it was someone else, I think someone else said, like, told you I'd look through the comments and whatnot, and I'm trying to find your question, and I'm not seeing it. If you put it in again, I'd be happy to answer your question. I see the part where you say you're just going to ignore my question. I don't respond to that kind of stuff. Um, but I'm looking for your actual question. If you don't mind putting your question in again, I apologize. I'm still kind of scrolling up and trying to look for that. Um, I don't even see. I'm missing it or something. But if you want to put the question back in, Paul, I'll be happy to answer it. And if not, well, I'm just going to move forward. But I'll give you a little moment to see if maybe pop that in there. Okay, Paul, I got you. I'm looking for. I'm take your time. Midnight Moon Tarot. Why do you have to read the meanings out of a book? Why don't you know them already? This is what I was talking about earlier. You does not get us anywhere. That changes nothing. Me changes everything. How does your mind work? I respect the way your mind works. You great at remembering all the little details. You read it once and that's what you focus on and that's what your mind collects. Good for you. My mind doesn't work like that. My heart works differently. You didn't ask. You simply judged. You put it all on me. You. That doesn't work. Me. Let me refine me. Let me work on me. Because that's how we get ahead. That's how we move forward. That's how we ascend out of this lower class of bickering and fighting to achieve victory. We don't have to fight to build something. We don't have to bicker over each other. We build each other up by building our own vibration up. And that changes the world. That changes the environment. That stops the buck from continuing on. Person hurt person, hurt person, hurt person, hurt person, and that hurt person hurt me. Okay, the buck stops here. I'm not hurting anybody else. I'm stopping it. And I'm going to heal the motherfucker that hurt me. Fuck that shit. Just because one is all smart or knows something, you think somebody else is supposed to live to you doesn't work. That's why it's not called the you phone. It's called the iPhone. I can understand the world, how it is. I can understand what I learned and my values, and to navigate my environment in every moment as passionately as I will. It's the kind of life I want to live. It's the kind of life I have been living. And it's the kind of life I continually improve. I continually learn. We advance every day. And stick around, you'll find out the answer to your question. I do have, primarily, I have more so Cherokee blood. I do, and I do have a little bit of Lakota, but that's, just a little bit there. But I got primarily Cherokee blood, and I do have Aztec blood. So, yeah. Okay, cool, cool, Forsaken. Like Juice, if you're here, I answer this one frequently, and I'm happy to answer it. Does the outfit have meaning, or is it something you just wear because you like it? Um, I wear because I like it, and yes, it does have meaning. Um, Kind of things change up from time to time. Like right now, I'm wearing like my summer attire, else like my legs are more covered, and like I I went through my boxes and I was able to get some of my stuff out. So usually I'm wearing a red skirt, but today I got my Batman skirt on, and I made it myself. But like usually I have more like if it's cold outside, then I got a full on like skirt like so that like all the heat stays inside. Man, once it turns summer, then it turns summer. And the necklaces, the style, the garb. If I go out, depending on how the energy is that day, I may wear my headpiece. I may not. I may wear the usually got a feather. May not, depending of the ride or where I'm going. Um, it just kind of depends. What I'm doing is going to be what I'm wearing, generally speaking. Otherwise, like the skirting style that I prefer to wear is that's what I prefer. I don't care for shorts. I don't like pants. I hate pants. You can wear pants all you want. I don't care. Fucking, I hate pants. I don't want my legs divided up. And I don't like a closed skirt on my legs because then if I need to run, I'm fucking restricted. I don't know who the fuck in the world decided to take these tiny ass fucking things and make fucking women walk like this, okay? I know why. They didn't want them to run away. They wanted to keep them a prisoner. They couldn't fucking stretch their legs. They restricted their ass. That's why. So essentially, I'm ready at every single moment of my day to scare demons and bad people away. That's what I get dressed up for every single day. It's Halloween. I'm dressed up to scare away the bad spirits. And I found that by dressing up every single day, not only do I scare away bad spirits, but I scare away bad people too. They want nothing to do with me. They look at me, they don't know what the fuck they're walking into. They don't know if I know some kung fu or if I'm gonna bite their goddamn balls off. Good. Stay the fuck away from me, you piece of shit. And so I find my friends and I find my family and I say, come on close, let's hang out. Because them bad demons and them bad people, they ain't gonna hang out with you if you close to me. They gonna leave you alone. We gotta scare this bad shit the fuck away so that you can live your life. So that you can become your own dream of what you believe you should see. You can be successful at life without money. You can do it. It's possible. It's real. I'm not bullshitting you. You could live every single day and eat fucking good too. But with getting hit and 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 getting hit, walked on and fucking crapped on, you can't do anything. You can't chase your dreams because you can't become strong with trusting who you are, and who you are says, I can navigate this world without anybody's fucking money. I can navigate life because I can find family amongst strangers. My whole family is humanity. Not one is separate. We all have commonalities. We all cry. We all get hungry. We all hate a motherfucker that steals from us. And we all love righteous judgment. So if you're really in need and you're a good person, the divine's gonna make you they will make you bump into somebody else so that they can help you. We got to bring our family together. How does a company become a company and a man turn his business into an empire? Because of the company he has. Our family is our company, and we can pull that together. That's what we're doing. We're resonating, pulling things together. We're magnetizing positive polarity so that the negative polarity can become in existence as well where it needs to be. That's why they've really kept us separate, because by us being separate, the ones at the top are the ones formulating the atmosphere, the air. Remember we talked about thick air? They're creating the air of our environment, and you and I, as resonators connected with earth and sky divinely, be can resonate more power than thee. So let us bring humanity together and change their reality into something much more beautiful and aligning to heaven's plan. That's what we're doing. Every single day we come back, every single day we hang out, every single day you do something good, every single day somebody decides to make a loving action instead of a destructive reaction, a destructive action. We change the world that much better. We are building our future. If we keep building, if we keep spreading peace, if we keep exercising this throughout our world, then that is going to be the worldwide environment. Look, disease cannot grow in an alkaline state of being, a pH balance of the water. Disease cannot grow in it. Bad bacteria cannot thrive in it. So by consuming alkaline water, I eliminated the toxic disease, bacteria, shit that shouldn't be there out of my body. We do the same for our atmosphere with our resonance. We don't have to fight them. We just have to create a different atmosphere that doesn't support what they've been doing. We gain ground because we're not fighting the enemy. That's energy, resources, consciousness, morale, all of it. We're not destroying. We're leaving that out of our recipe, and we decide to just create and build. What? All of that energy, all of that time, all of that morale, all of that goes into building and construction. Holy fuck, you dumb enemy. I don't care what you think or you are, because now the world is not palpable for you to exist. I didn't have to destroy big oil. I just had to create an environment where they were insignificant. I didn't have to go protest and take some picketing things. Don't do it. No, I changed the goddamn world to where they fucking eradicated it. That's how we move forward. That's how we create a renaissance that fucking is written into these history books. And what are they doing the whole time? Spending their resources and effort and energy to crush us. All that energy of crushing and destruction, guess where it goes back? Right into the hands of the wielder. They sent the energy out. It wasn't accepted. It wasn't fought back with. It returns right back to them and they destroy their own empires. They eradicate themselves. We just sit back and watch. Go get your popcorn. It's gonna be a nice show. That's why when you focus on yourself, that's when you learn that's when you learn about yourself. You can't learn about yourself when other people are constantly poking your chest. Can't do that. Can't learn when you're in a state of uneasiness. And we all seek a balance of joy to replace all the unhappiness that we suffer at a job or in some community that we don't want to be a part of. We don't want to go, but we just have to. It's part of our life, be whatever the situation may be. And that's why if you want to graduate from the invisible college, you've got to find who you are and live it. You'll find peace in your life when there's nobody there. And when nobody's there, you're like, damn, I want somebody there so that I can have some interaction, so that I can hang out. So I'm tired of being alone. I'm tired of being alone. I'm tired of being alone. And when we yearn and yearn for it, for hanging out with somebody, but we refuse bad associations, when we refuse to hang out with people who are going to destroy our life in one form or another, who are going to bring problems and hiccups, because you know what? I know that I am not doing actions that are going to create problems for me in the future. I'm not doing that. But I see other people doing that. And at this point in time, you know what? Religion came up, taught everybody all the little basics of morals and things like that. You either got the lessons or you didn't. You've either got some basis of understanding of love because that's what your heart is. And that person, that's who I want to hang out with. That's who I want to talk with. All that yearning of a friend to hang out with, which I did get to do actually a night ago, not last night, the night before. It was all really awesome. And but in all of that yearning, that is my gravitational attraction. I'm sending this desire out to the world, into the universe, the divine father, the divine mother, all the elements, okay? Earth, wind, fire, all that good stuff. They got consciousness, whether you believe it or not. There's a conscious awareness behind them, and they don't need a phone to watch you. They don't need a phone or a device to hear you. And I'm not saying they're watching you to see what you're going to do wrong, but to see what you're up to. Who are you? What's your nature? Can I help you become you? Or are you too distracted with others? So when we really do this, when we pay attention to ourselves, when we get our figurative cards and we fold them at the gambling table, these are my cards. You know what? I lose. I fold my cards. I'm out. I'm going to walk away from the gambling table because I'm not gambling with life anymore. I'm creating my future. And my future is who I'm becoming. I don't have an answer to tell you who I am right now, but when I become them, maybe you'll associate with some things you learned about. Maybe that'll put you onto a state of curiosity. Well, God didn't doing that. And then people start looking into different things. They start understanding different realities. This is another way of how we build our future rather than destroy present and future. Creation rather than destruction. The elements simply take, if we create a building and we don't maintain it with paint or oil or whatever the thing elements are, if we don't maintain the structure and it's open to the element, they degrade and falls apart. And there's even a program on the TV some years back. They might still be there doing it, but it was something along the lines of like, what if humans weren't here anymore and nature just took over things? Like, how long would it last? And they would go around and show different things like that of what we create. This makes me completely understand that all the pyramids, the stone the buildings, the temples of old, they created with long-term planning. They did not create for short-term planning. We're creating for short-term living. In all of our structures, they're short-term living because they require materials to upkeep. The requirement of those particular materials means we must destroy our planet to extract those elements. We cannot continually destroy our planet in order to provide a shelter. This is inefficient in long sustainability. This is selfish thinking. This is truly I was been talking about the difference between me and you. That's not the subject here. And so that is truly selfish thinking in that regard. And not being able to maintain that hurts everybody in its totality in the long run. We have certainly we have certainly learned, and we can certainly grow. We're touching on the new math, new science. There's all sorts of things there people are understanding and discovering. And years ago, we'd be seeing people disappear. We wouldn't see them disappear. We would hear of people disappearing when they shared certain technologies. And from many of the social media apps available, there's people sharing all sorts of ideas of that. And guess what? They're still living and kicking. I wonder what our future is going to be and look like. Because it's you that's creating it. You've got the idea. Some of us were really great at tuning in and pulling in the information. But we are not so good at putting all the materials together. And that's why we are collectively
united in our consciousness, because one can receive the information, and some scientist or inventor or somebody out there, we share that idea. It's out there, it's given, it's just in that collective consciousness. In the event, they can create the item that now replaces the need for big oil. Yeah, who knows? Just one of many topics of fields of our world that could transform. All it takes is one to start the avalanche. The snow's built up. It just takes one individual. Shoot the gun, hit the portion, whatever the thing. Now the avalanche is coming down. That's what they do for towns that have mountains nearby. They'll do a big buoy. There's one town, they shoot a cannon, and it hit the cannon, hits a and the whole avalanche comes down, so their town is safe. It doesn't build up too much. Just takes one. Remedy Raz mentioned, thank you for removing that comment, admin. To all our moderators, family, friends, brothers, sisters, to everybody who's contributing to that happy, good chat log space. And on top of that stuff, thank you from my heart and others. Thank you very much for creating that space. Um, I appreciate that very much. And of course, others are obviously do too. So not only thank you, but great job, good job. like awesome execution. I remember, I won't forget it. I remember there was this one time, and like there was a bunch of comments coming through. I mean, they were like, there's a bunch of comments coming through, and somebody was like, "Yo, these mods are fast." They're like, y'all were like grabbing every single bad comment, pop, 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 pop. Ooh, here's a big one. Okay, this is what I do in life, and this is how I wound up like picking certain people to be moderators. Now I take certain people off of being moderator, and it's no bad emotion or anything. It's just I don't mind them chatting in the chat log or whatever, but that doesn't need to be that material. It doesn't mean coming from a moderator, whatever. Anyways, getting into minutia. When I see people's character, like I was reading on numerology earlier, all those little details. When I see people's character line up with like three high points of like numerology or a divine mentality or something like that, when I see that character of the person come out in a natural situation, I'm like, boom, that's a great person. Whether currently now they think of themselves as great or not, I can see their character at the core. And my type of interactions with them is going to build them up, and it's going to resonate the fine qualities that they have within themselves, because I had the bad qualities, and I know what it's like to be stuck with the bad qualities. And I can't exactly fix you from a bad habit, but by continuing to resonate the positivity and just me being me, because what did I do? I worked on those qualities. I nixed out those bad qualities one way or another. And so by our resonating together, hanging out, that stuff's just going to flow from day to day, from time to time. And then therefore those elements are brought out of you, and now you're like, psh, yourself shining brighter than ever. Yourself, not me, you're you. I just gave a little water and a little sunshine, maybe, help the sun shine through a little bit, and then boom. And the reason why I mention this is because if you do decide to get into numerology, if you do decide to send me an email and ask for books so that you can get into this stuff, I will send you free links to my PDF Google Books thing so you can like download the copy and stuff like that. Google Workspace or I don't know, whatever. I want to put in your email in, it sends you an email, and then you have access to it. So I can give you access to those books, and but by learning the numerology, not word for word, but by just knowing that this is something you've lived with and you've worked through and whatnot, it'll also help you see these particular qualities in other people. See, those qualities come out in a moment of angst, in a moment of rah, and if they're a, if they're not a good person, then those qualities won't come out of them. Negative qualities will come out. So they're already so in essence, the I recognize people who are already transmuting energy and they don't even realize they're doing it. You're a natural freaking magician and you're rocking fucking powers. And I'm like, friend? Friend? And sometimes, not all the times, but sometimes it's like, oh, not friend. Darn. And so I just keep walking, I don't create it. When we go try to tell somebody, like, oh, I feel this way, or oh, you did this, or oh, whatever, you didn't just light the fuse. You fucking packed the dynamite into the motherfucking stick, stuck the fuse in there, went over there, said, hey, would you mind lighting this? Thanks. Let's let it sit on the table and have a conversation till it goes off. I don't do that. Fuck that shit. I'm going to keep things good. I recognize the difference, and I was wrong in my observation. Glad we had a time to chat and get close, and I'm going to just keep going my way. And in that way, there's peace that I'm resonating in my life. Living one vibrational energy, no explosion, no I hate you, no fucking situation to deal with. The other person, they're left scratching their head saying, what the fuck happened? I don't know what happened. Good, I'd rather them be in a state of curiosity rather than wanting to harm me because their energy is going to hurt themselves. It's not going to reach me. So I don't want to leave somebody, I don't want to separate from somebody with a negative connotation because it's not going to be good. And I want goodness to ripple into the world. I understand that my reactions with one individual is not an isolated event. This shit rippled fuck out from everybody. This happens for everybody. For me, at the level I'm at, I'm not saying I'm above or anything, but where I'm at, my interactions, they're gonna ripple all over the motherfucking world. If I go through something, the whole we can all feel this shit. But you have that effect as well. And depending how much you build yourself to be is going to be that effect. And I look forward to where my ripples of effect are going out. And there's many, many, many other people like me, just like popping, popping, popping on the energetical level. And my ripple and their ripple create beautiful waves of harmony together all the way around. And it just continues to get better and better and better until we create literally a new atmosphere that everybody has to breathe. We are putting a cure into the very air of this world. All of these kind of things, I won't say all, but a lot like this kind of a strategy like thinking, this came from studying bad guys. And it's the bad guys that say, better to be a coward and live to come back and fight another day than to be a foolish person and go into the fray and die that day. better to keep building your plans without telling or broadcasting to anything or anyone until what's done has been done and nobody could stop the fun. Bad guy or good guy, they succeeded in what they did because they were doing something that worked. So I pay attention to success. I don't give a fuck if it's a demon or a bad person or anything. I don't care. I want to see how they attain success because it was a formula, not an action. Had nothing to do with the physical action. Yeah, that was part of their life and what they created, but what I'm looking at is how they methodically were able to repeat that action and get away with it. There's a way. There's a way. Now, I'm not doing this to understand how to do a bad thing. I want to heal people. So I take all of these ingenious fucking methods of evil motherfuckers and divine alike, and then I say, okay, how do I plug in my healing to that, and I say, okay, how do I make this go across the world to where they can't stop it? I don't have $1 billion. I don't have a fucking army. I'm not no government. How do I do this with no resources? That dude that died, he didn't have resources. They needed something, be like, yo, go ask this dude. Yo, go ask him. Yo, go ask him. We need some stuff. Yo, well, go ask them. They didn't have fucking money to be like, yeah, let's go buy it. Yeah, let's build our temple. No. Because our energy, while we do respect and honor stone, our energy is in living bone. Everybody else, they want to put their energy into an object. Think about it. They work all goddamn day to buy an object. I'm not talking about the people who work in to put a roof over their head. I'm talking about the people who like insatiable. I gotta have the next object. I gotta have the next thing. I gotta have the new T-shirt. I gotta have that next new watch. I gotta have the new this. I gotta have the new that. Things, objects, no life. It's not treated like life. The absence of emotion and care, the absence of love begins. And that's how we identify each other. That's how the dude said you will identify. Yeah, I'm changing the words. You're going to identify my brothers. You're going to identify my family by the love they have amongst themselves. So when I can meet somebody of a complete opposite nature of me and we can actually resonate together, I don't care what you were wearing. You my brother. I identified you in a world that blinded our reality. That changes everything. Okay, somebody asked if there is life after death, or if I believed in the afterlife. I tell you this not as an idea, but of what I've seen, witnessed, and, and interacted with. And if you were sitting with me, I'd give you every single darn little detail if you wanted to, because it would take a lot. It would take, anyways. Your soul has 10 active bodies living concurrently always. When one body dies, the soul is existent in another body. That consciousness becomes the primary consciousness. Each life has a different role. One may be a scientist, one may be beggarly, one may be rich, so that you can actually receive this information yourself to one reality. Your soul lives multiple bodies consistently. Though the soul is beyond time, it's not restricted to time. It can literally live out an entire 24-hour life within a very short amount of time of its time, live out another one and another one and another one and another one, and by the time that one goes to sleep, the next one wakes up, you got the update from that information. The soul is eternal. And just to expound on this point, the Dalai Lama, they find him as a child, and then they put him through some, I'm just going to say tests. And then like the big one or the main one or whatnot is that there's a bunch of items on a table, and the kid picks out like 3 items or whatever. And the items that they pick out are the items that belong to them in a past life. And so they know then that was the one, that's their life in another soul, in another body, separate and real. There was in our time, video logged in another country. I don't know which country it was in, but there was a little boy, and he remembered in his past life who killed him, and he took he took his family, and he pointed to where his body was buried, where the people buried his body, and they pulled the body, they exhumed a body from that spot. It wasn't a cemetery, obviously. They exhumed, they dug, they found a body, and the boy had like a birthmark on his skull, and in the same place on the little boy's skull of where that birthmark is where the dead body, where a gunshot went through. And that's real. And they actually arrested the people and who killed the boy. And it is an actually registered, legal, legit. He solved his own murder, past life reality. He solved it. That happened. Okay. So this is reality all over the world. Our soul winds up being born into a body, and but it's not our original family. And in the past, before our current understanding, this is how they lived regularly, is they knew about the soul transfer, and they could find this soul in a new body and then get them back home. And that's why diversity was a beautiful thing, because you could have somebody of a completely different nationality or color or race, whatever the case, and they're actually belong with this family over here. That's why you get like, I don't know, uh, like some like lion or something taking care of a baby cat, or you see the video and the cat's like licking the bird or something, like they're friends, because like the bird, whatever the case, you know what I'm saying? You've seen the video, it's just all sorts of, and that's why. That's why. Like, the flesh dies, yes, but the spirit lives. Always. 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 And this is a big part of understanding for the magician portion of that self, is that like the shaman dude, the wise one of that self, they recognize that by choosing to have less, their other selves have more. And that's why things get taken from us, and that's why we lose things, and that's why we wind up like suffering with all the loss, because we're sacrificing it. And if a sacrifice is to be pure, then there can't be any remorse, like there can't be any vengeance, there can't be any backbiting. It's a sacrifice, and that's what we did. And that's why the you doesn't count. It's all about me. I did this willingly. I chose to do it. I'm going to suffer with this, and I'm going to work through this suffrage, and I'm going to learn how to overcome it. And that's helping my soul grow to know how to do better in the next life and in another life. Sharing that with consciousness all the way around, the collective consciousness, sharing that all the way around. This again, this is how we move forward without destruction, respecting when things end and honoring them, because it just could be our own self. Paul Hamilton, I'll put it in the chat log here. Paul Hamilton, 7090, said, you need to write a book to share your knowledge before this important wisdom is lost to time. So there's my email. If you would like to send me an email and ask for a copy of my book, I'd be more than happy to send you a free PDF copy. Otherwise, you can go to Amazon.com and buy a copy, hardcover, softback, whatever. It is published and available on Amazon.com. It's entitled the same as my channel, same as my email, Setchra, Setchra. Set is the dark, the chaos, and Ra is the light, the order, and the CH is the Chi, your personal energy in the middle. So you have dark, you have light, and it is your right to yin yang your solution into place. Michael Silva. Michael Silva 9683. Is that why I enjoy giving things up freely so easily to others? Because I know it makes them happier than it will me, but because you can't take anything with you when you leave. Yes, your soul knows the truth. It knows the truth, and you live that truth so well in your last life that in this life you're happy to give things away. You learned the lesson of feeling sorry when you give things away or having things taken. You learned those lessons in your last lifetime, and so this one, yes, you're happy to do it because you understand that you can survive with what you have, and this is going to bless them. It's what they need, and in that, their joy in return helps. It keeps you where you are, where you want to be on that little Zen state, and being able to maintain in your peace, in your knowing, in your life course, knowing that you're doing the correct thing at every moment. That is divine law and order. I mentioned it before. The 11 is not so much numerically the 11, it's the two pillars: your free will, the will of your heart, the ability to act on that, and divine law and order. So by following divine law and order and acting on our heart at all times, we have our feminine self brain, portion of the brain, and our masculine portion of the brain united as one with their vision, able to see both worlds continually. There were some other comments. I wasn't kind of understanding those comments or where they were from. Michael Silva also put, yes, what do you follow? Like, what religion are you? So I have a bit of a motto in life: learn from all sources, belong to none of them. When I have belonged to one source, then they tell me not to talk about anything else in their company. So then my speech is restricted. I don't have free speech. If I have free speech amongst someone else, then that's a brother to me. That's divinity because you're strong enough to hear what I have to say. You're not afraid by it. I can speak freely. I'm just my heart, my is expressing itself. So within those groupings, they become very close-minded, and only that side counts. So for me, I like to get in, be family, learn everything that they have to share, and then keep on moving with my journey. I'm happy to visit that family again, but I got other families I have, and I'm going to go visit. I honor others. I'm not just going to be dedicated to one. I found dedication to one certainly is that history has shown that that's not usually a great idea. So I rather increase my odds and have more family. And in that, I'm able to continually learn and find all the pieces of understanding in this world that people have to offer and share. Gamer at the Creator Destroyer. Gamer at the Creator Destroyer said, "Such a will we meet next life?" Who's to know? But I'm gonna put my email in the chat log, and it wouldn't be a first time. But I'm in Michigan. I don't have a car. I don't drive. I'm in Michigan. Maybe we can meet in this life. Why wait to the next one? Yeah, Michael Silva. Yeah, feel free to shoot me an email. There at yahoo.com, and I'll definitely shoot you a copy of that book. Okay, boom. Two good questions. Dells one dash B2C 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 Dells one B2C said, "Are you a Hare Krishna?" I certainly follow the way. I certainly well, I won't say every single aspect, but I follow the way, and I do go over the Hare Krishna and live in my own. Have that in my personal readings of my mantras that I go over. But I'm that's not. It's not only that. It's not only. It's living honestly. When I heard about Hare Krishna, when I heard that and looked into that, I it I felt like that was me. I felt connected so much to him and what he did with his life, and I'm like, I got to do that. I got to do something like that with my life. I got to do something like that with my life. I have to do this. And honestly, like that's one of the biggest things I'd love to do is to have a place like you could call it a temple or whatever. But man, I tell you what, one thing I respect the hell out about my ancient brothers of the past and even into today is that food was provided, man. Like they could eat and be satisfied with food, and then we could like learn and do what we do. People didn't come to people. If you were starving, it didn't matter. We're gonna take care of you in your body and in your mind in every way. If you don't have it, if you can't do it, then we're going to be able to do that. And I would love to do that. I would love to provide that. I love making bread from scratch, like with the flour. I make biscuits, I make dough. I haven't made croissants yet, but I found out how to make croissants, and man, I'm looking forward to making some homemade croissants. Ooh, that would be great. And but yes, on that level, on that tunage, very much so, very much on that tunage. And then James Walden PG for you said, when I'm asleep at night, my spirit is in the realm. I carry a rapier sword to take out evil. Okay, very, very cool. I got some stuff to share with you. I'm going to come back to that, but I do need to use the bathroom momentarily. I will be right back, and we're going to talk about the rapier sword, the swords and dreams, and one's ability and means within that astral space, within that ether realm. But that's where we'll start when we come back. Okay, let's see if we can get another light on this. Okay, so this is my altar. I have a top level up here, which is for heaven. I have a bottom level here, which is for earth. And the floor, which I'll show you in a bit, is my portal space, which is like the underworld. And I've got my staff here. I've got a legit sword, European, 14th century, real weight, real balance. Right, real deal, real deal. A blunted edge, it's a blunted edge. It's more for practicing training, but completely authentic. This was a gift recently, but now we've got a sharp blade. also covering the east wing. And that's literally where I sleep, right here. So you can see actually the stones. Now, when you wind up sleeping and you're within your altar space, then what you have in that space is something you can definitely bring to the table. Your soul may have an ability like none other, and you've learned in past lives how to take things with you even though you don't have the animate object. This is the ability of alchemy and transmutation from this realm to the aether, to the astral realm. Your altar, your altar allows you to alter reality, because when your soul travels, that's your spaceship. Whether it be like a X-Wing, or whether it be like a Millennium Falcon, or whether it be something even bigger. Level comes out further, level onto the ground, coming out forward. What you roll in is how well you will be protected and how much you can conquer. I've got this boat. It's my night boat. It's going to get me to the sun. We're always traveling in darkness, and all that much light that we can bring with us, the more friends, the more allies, the more individuals who are resonating our vibration, this is what we're harmonizing together in the astral world. This is what we're actually doing actively. You see, they dominated our bodies. They dominated our families. They turned a goddess into a whore. They turned man into beast. But we're back, baby. I know who I am. I'm not a beast. And I know who a woman is. She's a goddess. Maybe they don't realize who they are inside, but for me, as much as I can, I'm going to do everything I can to help bring that out of them. Not to tell them what they need to do, not to tell you what to do, but to encourage you to be you, to value you. If you value who you are, you're going to put you first. And that's going to teach you how to truly put somebody else first, because it's not our physical actions that are going to save somebody. It's not our physical actions that are going to help somebody. It's our essence and our ability to see where they truly are in life beyond the physical representation of what we see. To see their true spirit, to see their heart aching, and they are just simply surviving with how they learned how to survive. So may I give elements of nature that you may thrive, that you may be able to have the tools to cut down the shrubbery and the distractions out of your way so you could have a clear path to walk. Your path to walk is not my path to walk. They're different paths. And I respect that and I honor that. And that's why I tell you not what to do, though encourage you to be you. a lot of day times for us, people will be like, "Oh, that's normal," and we'd be like, "What is normal?" May this kind of uniqueness from each person as it changes and is, may this become the new normal. Why aren't you dressed up? People ask me, "Why are you dressed up?" I'm dressed up for life. Why aren't you dressed up? I don't ask that though. I just think it. But then I know the answer to that question, so. I used to find myself saying, "I don't know, I don't know." And then I'm like, actually, that's not accurate. Actually, I do know the answer to that. And well, that's pretty comical when one knows the answer, but they ask the question anyways. I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna stretch for a moment. Yeah, Charlotte, that crackling, that was my neck. You probably noticed that. There's sometimes I do and it's like louder than that, but yeah, it pops. Stretching is important. Stretching is very important. Not being used to one thing for too long is important. Oh, cool, Charlotte. Did you send me an email? Just let you know if you were here and you heard me say it and that was what you're responding to, or did not. But yeah, feel free to send me an email if you weren't here earlier and didn't know, and I'll be happy to send you a free PDF copy of my book. I appreciate that. Whoa, you did? Wow, you're awesome. Well, cool. Thank you, thank you. I will say that nobody else has edited. I've edited a total of like, I'm technic. I need a new computer, new laptop. What? Technically, I need to finish up the 10th edition, but that's mid progress, and but There's a couple of small typos, but I'm the only one who's done it's my complete work. Nobody else has worked on it. One dude many years ago actually read the entire book, gave me a really, I was like during the sixth version of it. This is the ninth edition, and that was like the sixth edition or something. But he had read my book, and he actually gave me some good criticism. And I went ahead and readjusted and actually reformulated the book. Not that he told me what to do, but what he told me as a reader he didn't like, and so I kind of reformulated, and I should rearranged rather than reformulated. Kind of same thing. And it became what it is. And thank you, amazing, amazing. But yeah, if you for anybody else out there, if you would like a copy of my book, it is available on Amazon.com, Cetra, Secchra, or send me an email. I put my email in the chat log right there just a moment ago, and I'll send you a free PDF copy so you don't have the funds or whatever. No worries, it's not necessarily. Uh, but yeah, K dot, go ahead and shoot me an email. That's for sure. Just FYI, I don't have a phone number currently that works. I haven't had an active phone number for I don't know, past few months. I'm just reading comments here, looking for questions perhaps that were asked that while I was speaking and didn't mention or stretching or whatever the case. Um, Saturn put a while back, whether they're here or not, say, can you hit us with some life advice? And so, that's what I'm doing every single day. So here's some life advice. So to make an altar, all you need is three primary ingredients. I'm not even going to explain it all out. A, a cup, a bowl, a jar, dirt, water, and a candle. Get those three elements on the table. It makes it an altar, period. It's active. Your altar allows you to alter reality, and you do so with the four elements primarily. Air's always present. So if you put something on the altar, it's just representing physically something that's not there. But I'm on a second floor. So I got my jar of dirt. because we got some earth. I got water. I got candle. It's active. That means that my breath is being heard throughout the elements of creation. The Word of God became living. That's how you alter your life. That's the elements you need before you when you pray. Elements. Whoa, GT7 bro said, hey guys, my noob ass boss tried to pick at me today. I would have been dead meat if I had fear. He didn't know where to look. High five. That's great, bro. That's great. I'm happy. I'm so happy. uh, Paul Hamilton. Um, on a technicality, I'm in a house in a neighborhood, um, but I'm renting. It's not like I'm not like my place on the name of any, not my name on the place of anything, but you know, like staying with a friend, whatnot, and helping out on the bill level, whatnot, and it's like if I could cover that, you know, then I'm good to be, and so I've been able to maintain staying where I'm staying. I think it'd be about 7 months now at the end of June, which would be a really long time. I've been essentially homeless and traveling around, and I've been able to store my things. I've been able to have a place to store my things when I wasn't able to like have them. And one kind of good thing turned into another on my journey, and one of my videos went viral on TikTok. Got 1 million views in the first 20 hours, and in the next 20 hours it got another 1 million views. It's at 3.5 million views now. That happened, and I was able to raise $300 online, and I was able to work somewhere and earn $200, and I was able to cover those expenses to be where I'm at. And since December, my birthday is December 23rd, but since December, I've been able to stay where I am, which has been rather nice. And I've been really happy here, and I really appreciate this. And this life and me being on here live, literally and truly, is because of people that have enjoyed the content, and have donated so that I do have money to be where I am, and not be on the street, so I can film and share. And so there's a more than a full answer to your question. Good morning, Seamaster. What's up? What's up, Seamaster? Michigan. Uh, I might be mistaken, but I think I'm closer, like around here, maybe. I'm not great on the map, but I think if you know Michigan with the hand, I think I'm like somewhere around this area. I'm not too close to the water, but you know, there's some lakes around. Yeah. Tex, te- Technically, I'm from Texas this lifetime around, anyways. Welcome, GT7. Infield movie, you're from Texas. Oh, very cool, James. You know what? Actually, that's all right. Like, okay, see, this is an aspect of myself. Okay, now every place is different. The community that's been there for years and years, I mean, like hundreds of years, is different. You know, you have families, and they settled down in one place when they came over to America, wherever they settled down, or wherever in the world. But growing up in Texas, look, I don't know where you from, anybody, you know, but but in Texas, bro, if you cheating at the gambling table, that was a legal right to kill you. That's the culture I grew up with. I got Aztec blood in me. The conquistadors coming over and doing what they did, I have Aztec blood in me. Guess what? I fucking have Spaniard blood in me as well. I got the motherfucking savages that slaughtered the civilized. I got that blood in me. Yeah, I said that correctly. Spaniards, the killer being the savage, killing the civilized who invited one for their company and gave hospitality beyond measure. Yeah, that's the difference between savage and civilized. And I've found that civilized people, they do look like the ones that are pretty savage, and the real savages, they look really civilized. So I decided to start dressing accordingly and having fun just like everybody else. Because if you can't have fun doing what you're doing, then it is not worth doing it, not in my opinion. I don't want to come back to something that's going to make me angry. I want to come back to something I'm going to have fun with. And you know what you have fun with? What you know. You know what you find out how you know? Is you. You find out how to know you. And when you get to know you, then you can laugh at all the kind of jokes you want to. You could say whatever you want to, and you know your true friends and family, or whoever should properly be there, they don't mind that. They accept that. That's love. Love must be proven. In my book, love must be proven. Prove that shit. Because otherwise, poser, fake, motherfucking shit. You know, I'll wear my stuff 24/7, medals and bracelets and stuff, because I want to bash that all day long. If it's got a coating on it, I want to wear that motherfucking coating off. I want to see what's real. What do I really got? Is it solid in what it is, or is it weak? Because if it's weak, it's not going to survive me. It's going to bust off and break. Just like anything else in this world. What doesn't fit my spirit just doesn't stick around. That's the resonance. That's your resonance that you can create for yourself. Your own resonance, knowing you thyself. That's where you start having fun. Because you know exactly where your boundaries are. You know you could go to this extreme and cause no problems. We all know, hey man, it's all about the cat, the straw that broke the camel's back, right? It wasn't the first incident, it was the 100th incident, right? So we know our extremes, we know our limits, we know where the border line is, the boundaries are of our own life. So we can go to those extremes for our own limits without doing too much bad or too much anything. Like, woo, it didn't cause a problem. Oof, I had fun. I touched the edge. And that's when life starts becoming fun. And yeah, we have sad and happy and all that other stuff. But when life can be fun, when you can actually entertain that fun at any moment of your day within your reach without having to spend money, without having to go there, without having to go do that. And fun is what you love to do. You start having rapid success. You have success beyond the rate of others. And that's why you don't have time to think about you. You have time to think about me. And that's not me, but you. You know what I'm saying? You follow you. You follow your heart. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's dumb funny. I just have the ideas. I don't do them. Okay, so I'm gonna get two cakes, and on one cake, it's gonna have two big letters. It's gonna say M-E, me, and then the other cake is gonna say Y-O-U, and I'm gonna put that on the table, and then give it to somebody, and then the other one comes back to me because if I give it to them, then they have it, and it says use, and then they have to give it to me. So then that kind of never gets eaten. Uh, don't entertain all my thoughts. Definitely MZ mood. Grant Patterson. Yeah, this is my everyday. Cool, James. Um, but that cowboy attitude aspect, like that be honest in your dealings with others, or else somebody could take that life. That kind of mentality, like growing up where I grew up, that exists. Like that wasn't the way of it when I lived. However, it explained why people acted and treated life the way they did, and it was the culture of of my environment. And so it is a little bit of that cowboy and sheriff mentality that resonates in my own being. And I bring that out in my spirituality. I bring that out in my essence in my own way that I do. There is a massive amount of independence and all that, integrity and all of that. And knowing that I want to grow up in a world where there exists integrity. Integrity is everything. If a person doesn't have integrity, then all their good can equal a massive fault. But if they have integrity, it doesn't matter intention or not, that integrity is going to save the day every single time something happens. These are aspects to instill into oneself. And when I say that, I say choose the channel. Wisely choose the channel that one chooses to view in life. And that's not the TV channel, but that's the set of information. If I hang around a person A, they give me the channel of laughter and funny, and they take nothing seriously. And if I give option B channel, well, then I get nothing but filthy and complaining and ugly and misery. Well, I don't like those first. The first channel's kind of nice, but I need to take life seriously right now. I need to see things correctly. So I'm not going to tune into A and B. And so that means whoever it is the interaction's with, whatever the environment's with, if I'm there to do a job, you paid me to do a job. You didn't pay me to be a best friend. There's a fucking difference. And right now I'm dealing with some shit I gotta process. So I mean no disrespect, but I'm in my own head and world. I'm happy to work and do my thing and respectable and nice, but not up for chatting right now. And I communicate those kinds of things. Like for instance, um, I used to work at McDonald's, and dude, I worked there for years, so I already know how it is. You want to get off on time? Ha 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 ha! You're never getting off on time. Like it ain't happening. Now, legally, you can walk out at the end of your shift. You were scheduled to a certain time. That's all they can hold you for. They cannot keep you there beyond your scheduled shift. So yeah, of course, if you do things and people don't like you, of course they can fire you. Well, it got to a point where I understood I have been there for so long. So the manager that was there when I walked in, I told them. The manager that came in midday, I told them. If there was any others that came in, I told them. Personally, I told them. I said, look, normally I stay. Normally whatever. But today I have to leave at whatever time it was. I have to leave at that time. Not the minute after, not waiting for anybody. I'm telling you I have things I gotta go do. Those things do not need to be if those things mean go take a shit and sit on the couch, I don't give a fuck. Those things are my life. And I'm putting my life first. And I help other people out, but on those days, and so I would tell them all. And then at that prescribed time, I'd walk up to them. Usually, I'd be in the back window. I have a headset and whatnot, so you gotta hand it off. And I walk up to the manager and be like, "I told you, I gotta go," and I'd walk off, now, regardless of what they say. I warned you, I told you, and I told everybody else. There were multiple accounts of me letting you know, and I warned you. So that's not my fault. That's if you upset or anything like that, that all belongs to you because I let you know you could have adjusted, you could have worked with that, and if you are got an ounce of love in you, then you're not going to get angry at me. You're going to understand and you're going to appreciate me that day for communicating that, not just being a total freaking dick and just walking out. Without warning. So my mom said to me, let me know what you did, good or bad, I don't care. Let me know, especially if it was something, but let me know what you did. Because if I know, then I can do something to save you. I can do something to help the situation. I can do something. But if I don't know, and that person or that event comes back and hits me for the first time for my mom, then she got caught with her pants down. You get caught with your pants down, shoot, you try to run off, you falling right over. So that don't do no good. Forewarning, predication, letting somebody know through communication gives them an opportunity to have a plan of action ready to go. Non communication, lack of awareness equals, well, the problems it equals. But see, even that's a two-way street. I speak of actually utilizing complete silence and moving on with your life in many different aspects, but that is another format of processing. Love you, little bro. James, of like what's reflecting around. So, you were noticing the mirror here and how that was reflecting what's ahead of me. Hold on. I'll get there. I'm going. That's where we're going next. I've been sitting literally on my ankle. So give me a moment to get some feeling in there. How do I feel about quantum physics as it relates to spirituality? Quantum physics is the language we've needed. We've been needing this language. I'm representing spirituality. Represent mug. Representing. And quantum mechanics has been confirmation of all of my experiences. I kept experiencing them and kept engaging them because I got the confirmation I needed. And through the science of understanding quantum mechanics, everything I've been doing has literally, they started explaining it. And then there have been some things that I've been doing for quite some time. Had the notion, I actually recorded stuff in my book before other people said it or were talking about it or whatever, at least as far as I knew about it. I mean, you got to understand, when I wrote this book originally, I was a Jehovah's Witness. My mind was not open, my mind was caged, and these thoughts were coming into me from nowhere, and, well, obviously from somewhere. And, and what they have discovered over the years, what science has brought out, has given confirmation to these constructs, to these realities that I was able to perceive. And so, what I've been experiencing lately, for the past many months, years technically, is I will wind up doing something. Um, I'll have an experience. It won't just be me, it'll be like there will be somebody else that will be there to feel the event as well and confirm the experience. And then sometime later, there will be some article that I come across, and literally, quantum mechanics scientists literally just made this kind of a thing happen, or did this, had this great whatever new understanding. And I'm like, and it correlates to what what that event was, what I went through. And I've literally been seeing a working. I've seen a connection. I've seen a connection between um, myself and quantum mechanics and spirituality. Yeah, I love it. We are definitely on the correct track of things. They'll tell you who the best computer of processing quantum computing is, and that is the human genome, body, mind, two brains connected as one, masculine and feminine united, trance state of being, vibrating the chi, the chakras, all on and active with those energies of masculine and feminine intertwining together, intake and outtake, separation and unity, working as one, the yin yang within, shining full of life. We can process quantum information, and we're learning the language right now. Yes. Let me flip. We're going to talk about that portion. Okay, so let me flip the camera around. All right, so I'm not going to lift it up because the way I have things, but essentially, so this lady over here, she has truth. She's got truth in her hands. These feathers are the ostrich feathers representing truth. She's like truth, truth, truth. Her other arm's got truth. All this truth. She's wearing it all over her. And I'll do this much for you, I think. Let's see, I got this kind of. And so then down here you have, this would be Mahat. And so essentially she's reaching down and she's getting her and she's like, okay, all that's good. But then she's over here now. She took the feather out of her hair. She doesn't have it in her hands. I know you can't see it. And we have Hebrew over here, and he's holding her hand. So essentially, she was facing the wrong direction, and all that she was doing, it was real good love, honest spirituality. She was seeking, okay, the bracelets, the headband, all of that. And so she gets a bunch of the excess off. She still kind of has her a headpiece coming down, like a necklace kind of headpiece. You can see right there. And so then Hebrew has her by the hand and he brings her over essentially to have her heart weighed. Now, see, the Egyptians, the Kemetics, what we truly knew and did was we didn't just take somebody so their heart was like, oh, you're going to suffer, get judged or whatever, but one that was ready, truly ready for it, boom, brought them over. The divines brought them over and was like, yo, you're good to go. And so essentially, I have this, which winds up lining up. You'll see here. Boom. See that? And so then that's in place. Then we have Tahuti here, Divine Recorder. He's making note that the heart is lighter than the feather. Amit's not eating it, so we're all good. Life has been granted. You can see the life here. I actually tied on a white feather, a legit white feather. I sewed it on so as to make this legit in that fashion. And I had nicked myself, not on purpose, but by accident. And actually, he's got the heart over there, and I put my heart right there. When that happened, I would never harm myself on purpose. I don't do that kind of stuff. But just to really do that for myself, I see this for myself. And so then you have Mahat, Divine Law and Order, and she is letting know to the Divine Council to declare it to the world that this person has been declared the two pillars, that they are going to honor their will. They're going to live life by their will and by divine law and order. And through that pillar, then they are granted the ability to live their life without obstruction, from seen in heaven all the way down. And so essentially, it's kind of cool because we have like Ra right here. Got Ra. And then he's got the sun disk, and it's actually the sun disk behind it. You can see the tail of the snake coming out here, and out of his forehead comes the serpent, kind of dealio. And so in the mirror, what you wind up seeing is that he's kind of looking back and making sure that the initiate can be correctly guided, because they're already doing the correct thing. So that's what we're doing. Every single day, that's what we're doing. We're not condemning, but we're finding the righteous and guiding them so that they can be declared righteous without having to take you to some motherfucking temple or ceremony or pull you into some uncomfortable place. But from your home, spirits connect, quantum processing. These two particles, guess what? Our souls, our hearts, they're entangled. And because of that entanglement, the divines see. And they're the ones that protect you. They're the ones that have been protecting me. And that's how we create our future, because we don't have to fight. We can let the divines do that. We just send our emotions to them. That's what I learned. I get all angry and stuff. Now I just read over a little thing, a little prayer, and I send the energy right to the ones who are going to use it. And they're going to go do whatever it is it's supposed to do. All I want to do is get back to being peaceful and having fun and my spirituality and all this kind of stuff. I don't care. You all right? Steven working at Domino's. Gotcha. I feel you, bro. So Chandra said, "We are magical divine light beings that have forgotten who we are." From 5 years old. At 5 years old, I was consciously active. I was self-aware at the age of 5, and there was one reality within me, and I had to remember who I was. I had to remember who I was. That's what I knew. From the age of 5 on up, I had to remember who I was. And all of my experiences and everything I went through, I was just trying to remember who I am. That was my goal. That was my goal. My goal was to remember my life's goal was to remember who I am from the age of 5 on up. And I was born in 1984, December. So, I'm just saying, like, I didn't exactly have like a magical family. I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness and that kind of family. So, very closed mindset. And, um, and so throughout all of my life, as I'm learning, my mom passed on, my daughters passed on, all that stuff happened, and um, and I'm still continuing to find out who I am, and it's essentially because of all of that passing away. But the only reason why I went to the religion was because my mom is the love for my mom. I'll do anything for my mom. I'll go to hell for my mom. I'll go to heaven for my mom. I'll live for my mom. I don't give a fuck. I will avoid death and like whatever, like mama's boy, but fuck whatever. I don't give a shit. That's mom. She sacrificed everything for me. Like I respect that to the end, and fuck the end to a new beginning. Um, and so through everything, I kept learning, and I was able to. The reason why I mentioned that is because I was able to expound beyond one religion, one way of thinking. I was able to get outside of the Bible, and like, yeah, I got my foundations there. Don't get me wrong. I didn't leave my foundations of which I learned those morals and those good qualities of living and those connectedness and those positive aspects. Though I went and I learned from other people in other regions and Egyptians and Indians and da 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 da, and did as much academic research as I possibly humanly could without going to college. You can read some really tough books. It takes time for you to get to the ability, but you can and really process them. And and it was last year, it was about 10 months ago, and I went through an event that lasted for 10 consecutive days, and on the 10th day, I remembered who I was. And when I remembered who I was, literally coinciding practically with that day, I wind up going viral. I said practically, it was close. The time was within a week or so. I mean, days, if not a week. It's just Johnny on the spot. But when I remembered who I was, I literally like didn't care anymore about like this happening or anything. And all of a sudden, like this became available and that became available. All these doors just all of a sudden opened, and I'm like, I don't care to walk through any of them. Like, I just, I just, I just achieved my dreams. I don't care about anybody else thinks or anything like that. Like, my channel's not even monetized. Like, I appreciate donations. I have my GoFundMe linked to the YouTube channel. If you go to the main page, you make a donation. You appreciate the free PDF copy book I sent you or whatever, and help me on my journey. Thanks. If not, no biggie. But I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this to really truly sell a product. Even on Amazon, I put it down to getting like, I don't know, $1 revenue per book or maybe 40 cents revenue per book, because like you could buy it. I just made it to where people can afford it cheaper. If I raise the price, then people got to pay more. If it costs that much, then it's less people can get it. I'd rather people get the material rather than make a profit, because the material will change their lives, and that's more important. The father, the king, he can die in the last battle because his son has all of his virtuous qualities. No amount of money can buy that. No amount of money can create that kind of heart. My mom taught me something, and God dog nabbit, I'm sharing it with the world. When I remembered who I was, the reason why these doors opened was because me being me is going to help everybody see who they are. It's going to help them realize what they can be. Not that I'm them or anything, but it's going to help them realize the freedom they have, what they can actually attain or reach or do something. I'm just like, I'm the spark in the ignition. Pah! And that spark doesn't have to be destructive. The ignition, like, going all on its own. I'm just a little spark plug. And just in case anybody that would like to, I mentioned it before, and I mentioned it a few times, but if you do want a copy of my book, there's my email. You can shoot me an email. I'll send you a free PDF copy, and so you could read that if you'd like to. Ooh, Evie, evil nut. Evil Nut. He said Native American or Gypsy. Well, a combination. Definitely a combination. And a couple other categories in there too. Definitely. I couldn't help notice earlier when you were showing us the floor because that's where I saw a PlayStation 3 controller James put. And yeah, it's PS4 controller, good enough, good PlayStation controller. Uh, and early yesterday because I didn't sleep the night before, so I literally went to bed at I think it was noon or 1 o'clock. I went to bed p.m. yesterday. That's what time I went to bed. And I woke up. I had like a little 30-minute wake up and went right back to bed. And in any regard, but I took my controller down there because I was gonna play video games. Like I was thinking about it, so just in case I'd be able to play video games. And then when I was showing the sword earlier, and I was the staff and the sword, and I was talking about, and if you weren't here, your altar and elements in your room. Essentially, when you go to sleep at night, those dreams are memories from the traveling that your soul did in the ether. And if you have the items in your room, you can take them with you. I mean, like you can have access to them. You can practically pull them out of thin air in that astral space, in that aether space, if they're in the room with you here. Quantum connection kind of a thing. And so when I was given that explanation, I suddenly realized that that PlayStation controller would have given me a digital connection, like being able to fucking control shit in the environment or something to some degree. Whatever the details are, there was some connection there. I'm telling you, dimensions, the multiverse is real and we interact with it. How? Because this is one dimension. This communication through satellites and phones, this is one dimensional reality. That video game, the computerized, that's a different dimensional reality. Audio, that's a different dimensional reality. We are processing multidimensional realities consistently. We're just learning how to listen and hear, how to listen and see the dimensions that we just didn't realize we were in connection with. We've been doing it. That's what I realized on my journey. We all do it naturally, and well, in realizing that commonality, that's how I knew. That's what I put together to share and to do what I'm doing because I'm gonna tell you, like, I was talking to somebody in person and they were making some comments or whatever. Okay, I'll just be plain talk. So I told them, like they didn't know about me being on here on YouTube, and they were wanting to get people to be able to be, they wanted to go viral too. You know what I'm saying? Trying to figure out the formula or how to make videos or, because YouTube has a formula or whatever, or, TikTok has an algorithm or whatever the case, to go viral or whatever. And I'm like, I, I was just completely non emotionally present, like on purpose. And I was just like, that's not, that's not what I'm doing. My original idea on this book here was because my ex wanted to fight for my daughters. She wanted to go to court and fight over the kids. And I said, my mind and my heart immediately thought of the Bible, where the lady goes to the king. She's like, this is my baby. And the other lady's like, no, this is my baby. And the king's like, well, we'll cut the baby up. And the real mom, like, we'll cut the baby up. You can each have a half. And the mom's like, real mom comes out. She's like, nah, don't do that. Just let her have the baby. Just let her have the baby. And that's how the king could see the real mom. And so I took that lesson and I said, then that's what I'm going to do. If you're going to take my kid before the king and split them up, then just have them. And may you have everything that could bless their lives. I say, you don't want me in your life? You don't want me visiting? Then I'm going to come up with something that is so brilliant and beautiful. This world is full of shit. I'm going to come up with something so brilliant and beautiful. And so I wanted to write my daughters a letter every single day that I wasn't with them. But I was like, how do I talk to somebody who I know nothing about what they like or anything? So I decided to record everything I worked through and how I overcame my obstacles and how I was able to win at life divinely, not by any other man's account, but to keep my heart and my mind and my body intact as one, united throughout all the chaos of the world. And I said in my heart, I said, I'm going to create something so beautiful that it's going to go fucking viral across the world. And by proxy, my daughters will learn from their father. I will teach my daughters even from afar. And they died 2 years ago. And I said, I'm not giving up. I'm still sharing this with the motherfucking world. They saw me succeeding in getting my girls back. Motherfuckers, you think you're gonna stop me from pursuing my dreams? From the goddamn next life beyond? My mother would tell me all the time, I will move heaven and earth for you. I will create a new heaven. I will create a new earth for my daughters. Because they will come back and they will live another life, and the world will look much better when they do. Yeah, when my nose gets to going, it kind of gets to going. Okay, this one. I'll tell you why I had a baby blanket till I was 13. Because when I fucking cry, a handkerchief ain't enough. A fucking box of tissues, I'll cut a tree down with my amount of fucking. So there were some comments from a couple of individuals, or a couple individuals, and essentially, they talked about the indigo children, the star seeds, and there's other names. People, feel free to put it in the chat log. I can't recall to mind right now. But they were very aware that we were coming. A star seed. That means that you're a ET seated in the womb of a human mother. We got brothers and sisters out here, and call it Pan. I made a video, and I said Pan and his band of pirates. It got 1 million plus views on Instagram. I think like 700,000 plus on TikTok. I think it's on here too. It is on YouTube too. And I've been looking for my family. I've been looking for the lost children. I've been looking for my ET brothers and sisters who walk as human. They prayed for us. They prayed for us to come back. And the only way we can come back is if we remember who we are. Not the conditions that shaped us in this lifetime, but the shit that they cannot shake out of us. They beat us, abuse us, torture us, mentally fuck us, and yet we're still just right back kicking to our old nature. Couldn't fucking rattle me out of it. It seems to fuck up everything and everywhere I go. Because that is the cure to the world's problems, of which they got everybody stuck under their thumb with. That's why you becoming who you are is so fucking powerful. Because then they have no control over you. And the amount of richness that you can bring to this world is beyond the count of money. I'm not saying to go. Money is in existence. And as I mentioned before, by creating a new environment, we will phase out the old poisons that were in our system. We will phase them out naturally. It's nothing that needs to be destroyed. It just phases out because nature overgrows upon that which is no more used. It breaks down what man has built. And we just need to empower this planet, nature, the nature of our hearts, the nature of who we are. And that changes our future by not fighting with the problems of today, but by finding who one is individually, personally, for who they are truly. And to express that and become that in the world is going to help us find our family more and more and more. And when we see and recognize our family is across this world as motherfucking mopping the floors at Domino's, to cooking the burgers at McDonald's, to working in the White House, scrubbing the toilets, bro, from top to bottom of all sorts of being, we live and exist and create this world for what it is. We support it to live. If we can support the stage of the world, if we can create the stage, well, guess what? We could create some stairs to walk up on that mug. You will change the world beyond what I have to offer. I'm the spark. You're the engine. I'm just a part. I'm just a part. And even I know parts wear out. Parts got to be changed out. Progress is a future that cannot truly be seen. It can only be prepared for and accepted at every time one can be present for it. Letting the mind be open, knowing what we're resonating, knowing what we're doing, but leaving the future as an open-ended book allows for an eternity to actually happen. Because you don't control the growth of a tree, you don't control the growth of a plant, you don't control the growth of a human or any other living being. We only nurture its environment. We only support the body. We are not the sun, but we certainly can magnify the sun quite beautifully. That's how we support each other. That's how we create that future. We grow the future. We grow it. We don't manhandle it. It's a whole different process than what we've been accustomed to. Einstein, Aristotle, Plato, so many people in our past, beyond just them, so many came up with ideas and people ran with it, and it changed the world for what it is today for the better. And that is something we can do at each and every moment of our lives if we share. By sharing, we are becoming. I love you. No, that was a good comment. You didn't have to delete that comment. You could put it back. Nia Q. I'm gonna read it just in case not. Like those kind of comments, you could leave that. That was constructive. Constructive criticism. Leave that mug in. Look, he said, what in the acid tab, mushroom growing, DMT visual, third mind seeing, 10 tentacles, little people, alien speaking craziness is this? High five. That is the most original motherfucking comment of the sort ever given so far. That was Nia Q. I'm screenshotting that. I'm drinking coffee. Thanks. You're welcome. It's cool. uh, yo, Nia, yo, for real, always making up some herbal. I got tea over here. I mean, I'm going with coffee right now, and so that's cool. We've entered we've entered the digital mainstream. Nia, Nia commented, Nia commented, I used to squat with 10 guys like you, always making herbal teas. Now we on the TVs. How long does it take me to get ready? Well, if we including a shower, I could squeeze it down to 20 minutes, or I could be real slow and just kind of mumsy myself around and make it last 40 minutes, you know? It don't take much long for me to get dressed. Oh, thanks, Zax. 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 I say, I say, I say Zex, and then I think sex, and then I think I said Zax, so then I have to say Zex again. I did that twice today. Let's do a room tour. We'll do another one, sure. I need to get a flashlight. I got another phone that has a flashlight, but I kind of put those phones away because I was just tired of having those that I wasn't really using. I just need to get a flashlight. But before we do a room tour, oh, God. I'll find it. Can't be too far. Hmm. Well, I'll find it. We'll do a room tour. Maybe I'll find it during the room tour. This would be set, chaos. This would be raw, order. Chaos and order create a king, a divine human, a king of his own being, not of another's being. And this is where I see Indian and Egyptian as the same. Feathers going down on feathers going up. This is my water filtration system. It's got that filter on top. You can see how the water, how this stuff will settle and stay on the top, that main stuff. Then it goes through a 5-stage filtration system. That portion that's in the middle that further alkalines the water, and then it has minerals down here at the bottom, of which are able remineralize and also further alkaline the water.
I all of the things that I have, in some way or another, I connect with, is an aspect of me, is a quality of me, whether I've done the thing or not. Perhaps it's an aspect of what I'd like to do in some regard, something I have done perhaps that I'd like to keep a memory of in some regard, or however that goes. And so my mind, it can really kind of exist in that kind of dream space, in that kind of imaginating and manifesting, whether it was for me or for someone else, just imagining the reality and really honoring my youth and my age, like my every aspect of my learning and of growing up, the child in me, the mature one in me, the wise one in me, the king in me, the warrior in me, the lover in me, the every aspect of life that one can connect with, which is their personality type of their nature. For my own, that's when I see things in a resale shop or at a place or wind up meeting somebody and they gift me something, or that's my memories. And my mom, she would put pictures on the wall, of our family memories. And I took that a step further because I don't have those boxes of pictures anymore. I don't have those items. I don't have those things to put up anymore, and they're just not in my possession at all. They got taken from me. So then I fill my life with everything that causes me to think about those days and those times, what I love and everything. And part of manifestation is visualization, and I've mentioned this before a couple of times. And so there's a lot of times where I'm not visualizing anything, but I'm looking at imagery. I'm very aware of that. Like, I'll use a movie or a cartoon or anything to help create imagery for me in that moment. That's why I love music. That's why I love all forms of music, because it allows the accompaniment of one's manifestation of what they're creating. And in that moment of creation, emotion is present. And usually that emotion is because there's an event that happened. And by listening to a song, we do imprint a memory within a musical context, and it changes for each one of us. That memory is a little bit different. We all connect with that score, that musical piece, that art, whatever it is, in a different way. And as I see that, as I recognize that, as I know that, that's how I am further allowed to continue to appreciate the differences that someone else has from me, rather than wanting to compete or change them, because I understand that we're seeing two different things. For everything they've experienced in their past and everything I've experienced in my past, that thing we both saw in the moment, yes, was inspirational. However, we came away with two different lessons. And it's not important that I thrust my lesson on them or they thrust their lesson on me, but to truly continue to be who we are, each individually, and to come together in a time of hospitality and kindness, and to collaborate. Because through that collaboration, we will create things we never knew we could create. I think that's a big doorway to the future right there. And that's that's me living my life, and that's my contribution to that dream. And may you be encouraged how you are to be who you are. Is X the Dragon God? Oh, cool. James was talking about. Yeah, got my cars, got my Hot Wheels, got those things. It's, gotta have those, man. It's, remind me of the good, you know. Gotta be the kid. Nancy Stewart put, "What happened to your health? Concern, that's all." If you knew me uh, a year plus ago, maybe, I had more muscle. I definitely have not been eating the amount that I have not been eating um, the amount that my body requires. I haven't had the means to, and that's just that. That's nothing new. Something comes and goes, and so when I am able to, boy, I tell you what, I'll. But otherwise, how'd I get all the Egyptian stuff? The tapestries for one. There's a lot on Amazon.com, and they have different types of tapestries you can order. And so I got a few. I got my tapestries through them, and then they also have ones where you can get find an image or send an image or whatever, and they'll do that. And so some of them I had to have uniquely made. But essentially, this is what I wound up doing. But then a lot of the other Egyptian stuff that I have, I, enough of it. Some were gifts from people that were visited Egypt or whatnot. Like this piece right here was a gift um, from somebody. Their parents had visited Egypt and had, and she gave this to me. Like she felt inclined to do that, and so those are some real special gifts there. Oh, James, you said you would love a signed copy of my book. Not that I can afford shipping or anything, but if I got it, I was there, whatever the case, I'd sign it for you. um, Tommy Mermaid, just to let you know, if you look at the timestamp, which is going to be towards the end of the video, within the last 30 minutes or so, essentially about an hour after going off air. I think it takes like between 30-45 minutes, but give it an hour, and the video processes, and then you can replay the video. It's in the Invisible College folder section of replays, and it'll have the latest number on there of replays, um, and it'll be in there and available. Uh, I have the date marked in the details of it, so you'll know for sure, and so you can watch that playback. Uh, in response to Nancy Stewart, and so essentially, I have a GoFundMe connected to my YouTube, um, and it's on my main page. There's a GoFundMe there, so if you want to donate, you could. I appreciate anything. I'm being honest, and I'm being just completely like, I did a room tour and you saw money on the altar. Um, I have two. I had somebody made an awesome donation of $1,677. So I took 1,500. I paid 1 month of my rent. I got 2 months
worth of rent on the altar that is sitting there for rent only. I got some groceries, and essentially the rest is, will last me as long as I can if it needs to. And and I do have food. I've been able to get some food. Um, what my body has truly been lacking is some components. I was anorexic from the age of 10 to 28. I starved myself. Like, I would eat at certain times, but I was heavily anorexic. So essentially, my teeth did not develop the nutrients that were needed, and all my molars essentially were like cracked, and they were getting infected. They were breaking apart, and they were in completely good shape, but it was because they were weak, because I did not eat when I was younger. So there's these Garden of Life powders, and one's like a meal replacement, one's a sports replacement, a protein sports protein mix, and there's one that's a recovery formula, and then there's a greens super powder mix, and essentially each of them are about like $50 a pop. And there was a solid 6 years of my life where I lived on those shakes every single day, and plus food, plus regular intake of food. But essentially, I met a nutritionist, which she helped me understand why my teeth did what they did, and why my body is the way it is. And so when I'm able to get all of those nutrients, that's where my body has benefited the best in my past. And so, anyways, I don't tend to dwell on that, but life has been on a positive uptick, and I've learned how to do with much, 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 much less. But abundance is coming in, and with that, I'm patient, and I'm happy in where life is, and each day, one day at a time. And currently, right now, I'm not lacking. I'm not starving. I do have food. I do have things. Um, this world is an awesome family. I was part of a group of people, and they were like, the world, don't interact with people of the world. They're worldly. And then I started interacting with people in the world when they pretty much didn't want me around anymore. I left on my own. And then I found people in the world were actually really, really, really fucking nice. People are not mean. People are not ugly. People get the fuck pissed off when they're done dirty and lied to. People get fucking pissed off when they the fucking suffering consequences for somebody else's actions. Somebody can turn into a raging set of destruction when they see an injustice happening in front of them, and they step in and they annihilate the whatever was being the mean bully, whatever was doing the hurting. Hmm. That's not my character. That's not my nature. On that's not me. I understand the diversity of people's natures, and to each one according for their own as they do. I just learned how to play a magical tune or two. Yeah, I'm excellent, GT7. Absolutely excellent. I'm glad you fell asleep a little bit. Oh, okay. Well, James, I'll say that I'm not super familiar with the area, but shoot me an email. You probably already wrote it down, or maybe did already shoot me an email. And so if I see that you did, I'll just put it in there. Um, but I'll share with where I am and whatnot. So like that'd be cool. To if you could, I don't drive or whatever. I don't have a vehicle. I don't drive. But if you wanted to visit, you wanted to hang for a little bit or whatever the case, whatever. Like yeah, hit me up. That'd be cool to chill or whatever. Um, I do the sound healings and all that good stuff. Somebody said to ring the bell. Oh shoot, we a couple minutes over, and much love, many blessings. We'll be here live tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and Donna Day go I until we see you next time. Much love, many blessings.